We're going to get started in about 30 seconds, just so people know. Good evening and welcome everyone to our Planning and Development Committee meeting at Shire Hall. My name is Kate McNaughton. I'm one of the Picton ward councillors and I'm the chair for tonight. If you're new to planning committee meetings, I'll just go through a little bit of a rundown of how things work. Members of the public who wish to speak at a Planning and Development Committee meeting are invited to register with the clerk's office in advance. The meetings are public as required under the Planning Act and deal with planning applications that are listed on the agenda. Tonight's agenda lists all the items before the committee for consideration. Copies of the agenda are on our website. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed, so any participation in the meeting proceedings will become part of the public record. The recording from the meeting will be published on the county's website immediately and can be viewed by selecting the live stream tab on the bottom right of the county's homepage at thecounty.ca. Personal information that's collected as a result of this public meeting is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making decisions on these matters. For each item that's listed on the agenda under Section 4, normally we would actually, we'll sort of skip that. we'll be, do you want me to address this now?
We need to confirm the agenda first.
Okay. So for each item that we've got on the agenda under Section 4, I'll be asking staff, applicants and agents, members of the public, council members, if they've got questions or concerns regarding the item. And if there are no questions or concerns from anyone, we'll order the matter. I'm going to order the matter and recommendations to be added to Section 5 consent agenda. We'll get to a little bit more of that later. And I'll call for a motion to approve all of these items and any associated recommendations as a single item. The minutes from this meeting shall report matters approved as part of the consent agenda. If there are concerns or questions from staff, applicant or agent, members of council or members of the public, and if anyone has registered to speak or is present in the room to speak, the item and its recommendations will be moved to Section 6, items for consideration. Under Section 6, the committee hears the comments where each item will be discussed and voted on individually. The Planning and Development Committee will make a recommendation to approve with conditions or to deny a planning application. Council has the final say on applications. All bylaws on this agenda will be approved at the next available council meeting. Following council's decision, notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipal clerk before the bylaw itself is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. So we'll just get to our agenda. So tonight we might have a slightly unusual confirmation of the agenda. Do you want this to go on the floor?
Yeah, through the chair. You're going to do the motion to confirm the agenda, and then we'll move to disclosures.
Okay.
And then statutory.
So we'll put this motion on the floor, and I'm going to call on a couple of my colleagues. Thank you, Councillor Roberts, and thank you, Councillor Nyman, to put this on the floor.
Thank you. This is a Roberts-Nyman motion that the agenda for the Planning and Development Committee meeting of March 20, 2024 be confirmed.
All in favor? That carries. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Well, that was easy. So the Planning and Development Committee considers matters where a public planning meeting is required to hear applications under the Planning Act. People wishing to appeal those decisions on planning matters may be required to demonstrate that they've made those written submissions to council or oral submissions at the public meeting. We're going to go through the items that we have before us, but a couple of them are anticipated to be deferred. So, and all of the items that we have, I believe, that will be dealt with at this public meeting will not be likely going on to the consent agenda, and we'll be dealing with each of them individually. So I don't know, pardon me, and I'm going to rely on our county clerk, on our deputy clerk, to sort of guide me through this slightly unusual process tonight. So as we're going to be dealing directly with 4.1, because I believe we have a presentation, and we are going to be, that will be moved to the items for consideration automatically. The next item is a technical consent that has been, that I believe we will be looking for deferment on. I believe we have some language from the clerk to support that.
Yeah,
With motion.
through the chair to the committee, all of the items listed in section 4 of the agenda will be addressed in section 6, items for consideration. The first 3, 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3, all have either a presentation from the applicant or the agent, or members of the public wishing to speak. And then the last 2, just due to an updated motions that differ from what was on the agenda, we'll address that in the items for consideration as well.
So we can now move on to section 6, and we'll begin with item 6.1, which is the former item 4.1. So thank you everyone for your patience with this slightly complicated agenda. So I believe for item 4.1, which is Sterling Homes, I believe we're anticipating a presentation. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you and welcome. Would you, I suspect you're planning to already, but just to make sure that you are going to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the PowerPoint to lit up.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is Jim Levac with the firm Glenn Schnarr and Associates, and I'm here on behalf of Sterling Homes, the developer builder. Just have a very brief presentation for you this evening. I'm also joined tonight by Paul Mondell, who is the senior project manager for Sterling Homes, and we have our civil engineers, Phil Sheridan and Emma Shepard from SCS, who are joining the call, the meeting remotely in case there's any technical engineering or servicing related questions that Paul and I cannot field answers to sufficiently. Just getting into the presentation. So these are the site. These are an assembly of 2 large parcels of land on either side of Cleminson Street, which collectively comprise an area of 7.56 acres. And I guess our northern boundary would be the Millennium Trail, and the southerly boundary would be Wellington Main Street. There we go. Oh, sorry, 7.56 hectares, my apologies. In terms of the site context, as you can see, these lands are located centrally within Wellington Center. The site is a comfortable walking distance to Lake Ontario, the Millennium Trail, and a range of use and services in the Wellington Center Village core area, which we've listed in the bottom corner of the overhead. This is just an excerpt from the county's official plan. The site is designated urban center, and this designation promotes the evolution of the urban center as a healthy, vibrant, and complete community. And to this end, there are further detailed policies in the Wellington Center secondary plan as well. There are a number of policies in the official plan. I'm not going to go into all of them, but that speak to the issue of the introduction of new communities into neighborhoods and how they have to be, being compatible. And I just point out that the word compatible is a defined term under Section 5.3 of the Prince Edward County Official Plan, and it means development that may or may not necessarily be the same or even similar to existing development, but that nonetheless enhances the character of the existing community and avoids creating any undue adverse impacts on adjacent properties. This is an excerpt from the Wellington Center secondary plan. About 95% of the site is designated village residential area, with the exception of the little entrance that goes down into Wellington Main Street, which is designated village corridor area. The village residential area designation promotes compatible infill redevelopment and development and intensification, which maintains and enhances existing neighborhoods. Secondary plan permits a range of ground-related residential uses, including detached dwellings, townhouses, and low-rise apartments in the range of 2 to 4 stories. The density range for this designation is 14.5 to 37 units per net residential hectare. So from a height, use, and density perspective, this proposal conforms with the official plan. We do not need an official plan amendment under this proposal. And I'll get into the specifics of the proposal shortly. This is just the before and after of the existing zoning and the proposed zoning for the site. And again, the proposed rezoning is required to implement the current official plan policies. So we're proposing to rezone the site from Rural 1, RU1, to Residential 3, -78-H, and the H would be a holding prefix, meaning if the lands are zoned, you have to apply to remove the holding prefix once there's allocation assigned to the site. There is the number 78 refers to specific site-specific performance standards that are built into the zoning bylaw. This is just a colored version of the concept plan supported in support of the rezoning application. To summarize, there are 32 detached dwellings proposed. Those are the ones shown in yellow on the one side of Cleminson. There are 29 rear lane townhouses. Those are the ones that are shown in red, fronting either side of Cleminson. There are 88 back-to-back townhouses, which are shown in brown. And the balance of the 101 units are the ones shown in orange, which are conventional standard townhouses with front yards and rear yards. There's a large park that's proposed along the Millennial Trail and a number of small parkettes throughout the development that you can see shaded in green. There's also along the entry feature, you can see a little building shown in blue as you come off of Wellington entrance. It's basically a mixed-use building. We're not really entirely sure what we're going to put there. We've asked for permissions to use it as a temporary sales office initially, but with the potential that it could be converted into a retail use with maybe a couple of apartments on top or a fourplex. Staff, we've discussed staff in terms of setbacks. We proposed a 7.5 meter maximum height, which would limit it to a 2-story structure, and have relocated it from an earlier location so that it's 3 meters off the property line for the nearest neighbor to the east. Oh. Says my battery is running low. Not sure. if I can advance the slides, the rest of the slides were just sample renderings of different built forms for single detached, back-to-back townhouses and street townhouses. And I would add to that, oh, here we go.
There you go.
I'm pointing, but it's not letting me. I don't, is there a way you can do it manually on your laptop? If you could just go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So we're not married to any type of design. Obviously, we're within an area that has a bit of, that has a heritage component to it. We haven't applied for site plan approval yet. We're just putting these out there as examples of the type of structures that could be built. They're not necessarily, they could be board and batten, they could be red tumbled brick. We haven't even come up with final designs yet. That's not something we typically even entertain until we have zoning and we're able to proceed to site plan approval. So what I'm showing gives you an example of the built forms for the different types of houses that are proposed. The top ones would be the rear lanes, and the bottom ones would be the conventional townhouses, and then we've got samples of back-to-backs as well. But as I say, we're not married to any of these designs. They will evolve with input from your staff once the site's zoned and we're into a site plan approval exercise. So those are my comments, Madam Chairman. I'd be happy to, both myself or Paul would be happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on to staff, though, I just want to clarify with our clerk, can the committee members ask questions of the, so we'll hold off on staff. Questions from the committee? Thank you, Councillor Pennell.
Yeah, I'm just looking in particular at the townhouses. And to my way of thinking, 19-foot rear lane townhouse is almost to the point of a ghetto situation because of families being there. I look at the front yards and there's nothing. Is there any particular reason why, other than to have a bunch more houses, we'd be looking at something as narrow as a 19-foot rear lane to the townhouses?
Yeah. Well, the official plan encourages a mix of built forms, and we're proposing to provide that mix through this development. We didn't want to go in with all the same, with one type of townhouse. So, the whole idea is to appeal to a range of income groups that could potentially purchase this, whether it's someone who wants to downsize, an empty nester, or a first-time buyer.
Could I just, Madam Chair, add as well? Councillor, the one thing that I think is important to understand with rear lane townhouses in particular is there's no garage in the front. So instead of having what you would typically see as a one-car garage, which may be 10 feet wide, you are going to have the full width of that unit for living space, and the garage is in behind. So in fact, that 19 feet is fairly generous for a rear lane townhouse. So I think your question was rear lane townhouse versus a traditional townhouse, which will be wider. And that picture that you're looking at right now, as I can see on your screen, accommodates garages at the front versus a rear lane, which typically has the garages in the back, which gives a much different kind of street frontage.
Quick follow-up.
Hang on for 1 second. Before we go forward, the clerk is reminding me that we do need to put this on the floor. So I'm going to look to, is that what you would like? Yes. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to look to committee for a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor. Do I have any takers? Thank you, Councillor St. Jean. Thank you, Councillor Engelsdorfer.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This is the St. Jean Engelsdorfer motion that, it's got it right here, that the report of the Development Services Department dated March the 20th, 2024, regarding bylaw amendment, file number Z323 be received, and that zoning application file number Z323 for the lands described as Lot 59A, 210A, I'm just going to read the letters, PL8, Wellington, Hillier, Prince Edward, part lot 2010F, PL8, Wellington, Hillier, Prince Edward, and part lot 200, PL8, Wellington, Hillier, Prince Edward, be approved.
Thank you. So now we can return to you, Councillor Pennell. I believe you had a quick follow-up?
Yeah, I don't know, unless everybody drives mini cars, I find it hard to believe doing 22 feet even for a backyard with garages, the possibility of maybe somebody having company. Is there, to me, it seems absolutely asinine.
Thank you. So,
Is there any way, do you have any room that you could stretch and at least give people some space? Because there isn't none there now for a family.
are you looking for an answer from the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair. As I say, the buyers of this type of product, there's a different type of a buyer for a different type of housing type. And the whole idea, and keep in mind, this is a condominium development. Some people may want to just build some equity. Some people want to move up and maybe go from a back-to-back townhouse to a regular townhouse to a detached lot, and they can do that within this community. I wouldn't say this is out of character with anything that we've been doing on other sites, not so much in Prince Edward County, but within, Simcoe and the GTA and these types of areas. I mean, housing is getting smaller, it's getting compact, affordability's become a big issue, and this particular developer wants to provide a range of housing types that could appeal to people who otherwise may not be able to buy in Prince Edward County.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Thank you, Councillor St. Jean.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jim et al. For your presentation. So I guess I'm going to kind of build on Councillor Pennell's, not build on his statement, but form my question around some of the comments and your response with regards to I'll say the type of client, the resident that you're looking for in the to that market that you're looking to appeal to. So you're looking at, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're looking at an outreach to a broader demographic, probably families that are just getting started, young couples, younger people as a whole, right? Okay. As part of that question, so I see a wide range of condominium styles, we'll call them. Just for reference, my own house is only 24 feet wide, so don't think that 24 feet is a hindrance to anybody living in a house. It's a little longer than that, though, I'll tell you. So with regards to, I'm going to stick to who your potential customer is. So your potential customer, what, I guess what everybody's going to wonder is, what are the price points going to be that you're targeting, I guess? What is your target point for one of the smaller condominiums? Have you any information on that?
Through you, Madam Chair. I mean, I've had this question many, many times. Yeah. And I think it's fair to say that until we're ready to start and launching this project, and there are still a number of hurdles in front of us that we need to deal with before we're ready to start marketing. But I've had the opportunity throughout my more recent career to look at areas that have evolved very much like Prince Edward County, where you have a much broader buying demographic than you would in some more traditional housing areas. And what I would say is this area has become very attractive for a lot of reasons that are very obvious to most of the people in this room. The affordability comment that you made earlier is absolutely dead on. And by making units inherently, a little bit smaller, does by default make them inherently a little more affordable. I'm not sure where the price point's going to land, at least as when you walk into Walmart and the toilet paper's at $1.99 and, but the majority of these units, because of their size, are going to be more affordable, which is going to make it more attractive to a younger buyer, a younger family that's trying to get into the housing market. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard this in this area. It is also going to attract an older buyer that may want to downsize out of a bigger house or retire into an area with putting some cash in their pockets and still maintaining, the lifestyle that they want. People that do live in larger homes in this area that want to stay in the area and maybe don't want to continue to live in large homes. And also second home buyers that are looking for, recreational opportunities and things like that, which we know that opportunity is here as well. I've had the opportunity to work in places like Niagara-on-the-Lake and Blue Mountain and Collingwood, and the characteristics of those markets are exactly the same as they are here. And we had the opportunity to speak to a nice bunch of people last week about this project in a little more detail. And, I continue to say to people, when you have a community that's growing and when you've got a lot of service type of industries and things like this, you have to start to ask yourself, because I'm dealing with this head on in a place like Blue Mountain right now, where there's a great demand for more restaurants and retail. And they're suffering greatly because there's nobody to work there because they can't find places to live. So can I guarantee you a price point tonight? No, absolutely I can't. But if you're going to continue to grow other segments of your economy here, it's important that you've got places for people to live that aren't necessarily, able to afford $1 million, $2 million homes. So this is certainly an opportunity to do that. It was made very clear to us when we purchased this property that the county was looking for, and Wellington as a community was looking for a broader mix of housing uses, or housing types rather, that complements what's already here. So although some of the townhouses may seem small, they really aren't in square footage at the end of the day. They may be on a smaller footprint, and land has a huge impact on the economics of what a price point is on a piece of land and what ultimately that house comes in at. So you have to take that. So I think our goal is to marry the housing forms and the architecture and things like that to be compatible with what's here and create what we've been told is a better variety of housing for this community. And therefore, I think the housing market that we're going to be looking for is going to be pretty broad, from first-time buyers, as I said, to people retiring, people that want to downsize, people that want to have a second home or vacation or recreational home. That's a pretty good segment of the market, which leads me to believe that we're going to have some pretty good success when we're ready to, hit the market on this thing. But I think, to be fair, we're in a pretty tough spot right now in the housing market with interest rates, and things aren't as good as they were several years ago. But we're very confident that if we get through the process, we're here tonight to talk about it, which is the zoning, which will then give us the opportunity to start detailed site plan. We've got servicing issues that we need to talk to your staff about as well. That sometime within the next year, 12 to 18 months, we could be in a position to start marketing this project, and we feel strongly that if interest rates are going to start to come down, the demand's going to be there, and we're going to be able to successfully market this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to finish. I do have other questions, but that'll be after. I just want to say, yes, not everybody can afford, needs, or wants a single-family dwelling that costs $850 plus to build. We need to fit that market, that demand that's out there, including what I'm being told by real estate agents, the 25% of their standby potential home buyers that are remote workers. Those are younger people. I want to see a lot more younger people in our community. We need a broader demographic here, and all of our statistics have proven that to be the truth. And I might as well come right out and say that's why I believe this needs to move forward to through the zoning process and just simply move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going over to Councillor Maynard next, followed by Councillor Engelsdorfer. There's a little bit of a lineup, and I'm trying to keep on top of everyone who wants to speak. So, Councillor Maynard, you're next.
Thank you, and I realize we're here at the zoning stage. Some of the questions are coming about the site plan because council will not, that authority is delegated to staff for the site plan. So that's why some of those questions are likely occurring at this point. And I know it's difficult because it's just in the concept stage. I just had a question. When you said rear facing, are you talking about the ones that we're zoning that are in kind of that darker, in that burnt orange color? The ones that are, the ones along Cleminson? Are those the
ones along the red ones that are
It just
facing
says-
either side of Cleminson Street?
Yes.
Those would be rear lane.
Okay, so when you say rear lane, that would be inward facing to the development as opposed to coming out onto
No,
vice
they front
versa?
onto Cleminson Street.
Yeah,
There's no
okay.
driveways
So-
that actually go out to Cleminson Street. The access is internal from the back.
Right, yeah, it's just hard to tell on this
Yeah.
little diagram. It looks the other way, so
Okay.
that was what I was, so those, when it says rear lane townhomes, the rear is actually internal to the subdivision.
And the reason
not on it.
for that is to get driveways off of Cleminson Street. We actually have to widen Cleminson Street from, I think, 21 meter right away to 26. So in order to keep traffic, local traffic and driveways and activities off of what could potentially be a busier local road in the future, who knows? We have the two roads that line up on either side that give you access to the east side and the west side.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I seen the road widening, but then it looks like the little driveways come out. And, I mean, plus we have the commercial lands to the, whatever that is, north, whatever, on the other side of the Millennium Trail. Because this is the point where we need to start looking at how things are going to fit together over the next 20, 30, 40 years. Things that maybe were not considered in the last 30, 40 years. So thank you. That was the one question I had. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Maynard. Now, Councillor Engelsdorfer.
Thank you. Paul, I know this question came up last week when we hosted the open house, and I know you haven't had a lot of turnaround time yet to probably think of it, but I had some residents reach out to me today asking if there's been any thought given to maybe rearranging just some of those standard townhomes that are along Aletha. Just maybe if you could comment on whether you've given any thought to that yet.
So, thank you, Councillor. I mean, it's a bit of it's a question that's going to require a lot of thought as we go through the site plan process. And to members of committee, we held 3 public meetings, including the statutory public meeting, where we reached out to the public and we tried to engage in a dialogue and get some feedback from the community. And we did get quite a bit of feedback. One of the concerns that was raised, as the councillors just pointed out, is the townhouses that are abutting the western edge of the property. The way this plan started to lay out, with more of a sort of a central park and sort of developing around that park, which you see up at the top end. And again, this plan isn't fixed in stone. So there's still the opportunity to sort of go through some of those design changes. And notwithstanding your comment, Councillor Maynard, about the process that we're going to get into as we get into the site plan process, I've been doing this for a long time, and I don't believe in fighting with people. I very much believe in being collaborative and trying to address people's concerns. And we made that commitment, and we've had a couple of direct conversations with neighbors, and we've said, look, there is going to be a requirement that we're going to be happy to honor, is creating a vegetative and a landscape buffer and a visual buffer along that western edge. The reason why we put the townhouses there is, first of all, the plan kind of laid out that way, but there is a private road that runs parallel to our property line that we don't have access to. I would suggest that, and this is only hypothetical, so please understand the reason why I'm saying this. If this would have been a public road, we probably would have reoriented this a little bit differently, because we would have potentially fronted units onto that to take advantage of the road that was already there. That's a private road, and we don't have access to it. And even as an emergency access, there was no point in even discussing it, because it's a private condominium, and getting a development like ours with access to that road is just typically a non-starter. So it did lay out that way, Councillor. It made sense to us because of that road. I believe there's 4 or 6 units that front onto that, and I'm not in any ways minimizing the importance of those units, but along that entire length of our property, it did lay out in a much more efficient way, and we went through this exercise with our designers and with your staff. And would we consider making some changes? Of course, we're open for that discussion, but it was never really presented as an issue until really we got into more recent discussions with some of the residents, which happened as a result of, frankly, of the deferral that happened a month ago. So, but I'm certainly not going to close the door on that, but I think from an efficiency point of view, that's how it sort of laid out, and it really isn't any more, anything more than that.
Next, we've got Councillor Brainy.
Thank you, Chair McNaughton. What's your last name again? Sorry, it's Paul Mondell. Mr. Mondell, I'd just like to thank you. I appreciate what you're saying about, first of all, working with the community. I sense the sincerity that you're bringing forward. You've put some concepts up there. You've said they're concepts, but I think, we're talking about working with our planning staff and the community, and that's good news. 95% of this development's in the village residential zoning anyways. The one thing that I think we've been talking for 2 years around the table about how we want to see affordability and some density. Many residents within the county want their children, their grandchildren to stay within the county if there's an opportunity. But I bring up another point that is very crucial, and people need to be very aware of this. We have a local school, and local schools in rural communities are at great risk right now of accommodation review, the province pulling the plug from underneath us without us having any control or power over that. I see this opportunity of making this village vibrant. Do we want Niagara on the Lake and Wellington on the Lake? I say not. That's not what I'm hearing from people. We need a vibrant, flourishing community. This gives us an option. And this is the first plan that I've seen in 2 years where there's concepts of affordability, some density, and some opportunities for county residents, other folks to come in, but county residents and their children, their grandchildren, to maybe have a life here and stay within the county. More importantly to me, the schools are the social safety net of our communities rurally these days. If we lose our schools, we lose our heartbeat of our community. And I see this as an opportunity. So I appreciate you coming forward and being transparent about it.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Jim and Paul. When I began making notes for questions, I had 8, and everyone's asked 6 of them now, so I'm down to 2. So thank you for your presentation. I did a quick search about narrow, or even another term being used in architectural digests and things, is skinny houses as well. And they are definitely not unusual. I mean, the 19 to 22 foot narrow or skinny house is extremely popular. There are entire architectural firms specializing in this kind of housing. So I'm not surprised to hear that that's something you're thinking seriously about as well. And those guys keep taking my questions, but Councillor Brainy and St. Jean referenced affordability and density, and we make a troika, I guess, on that one. I just want to know the answer to this question, because we'll be talking to staff shortly. Did you, Paul and Jim, have a robust discussion with our staff about the issue of attainability and affordability of housing?
I would say, I think it was inherently baked into the concepts that we were first introducing. And the plan that you see up on the wall, again, it's a concept, but I mean, it was vetted through the technical lens of your staff as far as access and parks and you know, a whole host of things. Now, have we engineered every single curve to accommodate a fire truck or a, no, I mean, that's what site plan process is gonna do. But we do have one of those architectural firms that you just referred to that does a broad range of housing and do a really, really good job at,
Yeah, I've seen some.
at this kind of product. So we had a very robust discussion, but I think the affordability piece, I mean, it's a very difficult conversation. I have it everywhere I go today. You know, what does affordability mean? I like to use the word attainable. And, you know, it reminds me of, we've had many, many conversations with the Wellington Community Association. And there's a young lady who is in her early 20s who has continued to say, I want to stay in Wellington. And it comes to the comment from Councillor, Brainy, I'm sorry, you know, how do we keep our children here? And she was a perfect example of the story that we've been talking about. She may even be here tonight, but, you know, how do I afford my first home? So is that 600,000? Is it 450? Is it, you know, 725? I mean, that's a very difficult number. Obviously, you know, macroeconomics play a large role in that. But, you know, I've been fortunate enough to live in some pretty good communities, but, you know, most of the people that live in the communities that I live in look like me. You know, we call them the Q-tips, and there's a lot of them in this room tonight. You know, we've all done our thing, and we've all done really, really well, and, you know, we've got the financial resources to be able to make housing decisions. My children don't. My children can't afford to live in the community that they were raised in, and that's not an unusual story for here or anywhere else. So are we at a point in our society where we need to start thinking about that and a little more seriously? I would love to engage with this community about some other opportunities, not here, but otherwise, where maybe we can engage with some other housing forms like rental, that maybe we can bring some of our building skills to the table and talk to you folks about that, because that's a completely different housing form. So first of all, condominium housing like this is got many advantages. From the municipality's perspective, there isn't anything in this community that the town is going to pay for now or into the future, because these are all going to be private roads and private facilities, and there's going to be a condominium assessment that is going to pay for the long-term maintenance, and obviously we as a developer are going to deal with that. So Cleminson is a different situation. That's your road and it will always be your road. So there is that component of it. So condominiums tend to be a little bit cheaper on the entry, but there's condo fees typically involved. So you have to marry that balance between what the monthly fees are to maintain all this infrastructure versus what the municipality isn't paying for road maintenance and, you know, maybe there's garbage collection. I don't know. I haven't got to those details yet. So do I think this is going to be inherently more affordable before we even talk about how many square feet and the type of unit we're here looking at? So it was a long answer, I'm sorry, but I don't know if it answered your question, but I hope it got to the part of it.
It got to part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation here. But so I'm just wondering, and I know this is the first step, and I'm not sure you can answer this question, but it all sounds good, and the affordable part and all that. So what kind of timeline are you looking at? Because if I understand correctly, you've developed all over the province. So, you know, everything all said and done, are we looking at 5 years to see something in the ground here, or what's your best guess?
Councillor, I wrote to this council back in January about sewer capacity and water capacity. So we have a big issue here in Wellington with respect to infrastructure. I have two of my engineers on the line if anyone wanted to get into that discussion, but we believe that we have easy access to sewer and water hookups here that could get us started earlier. But as of today, even with this approval, as Jim has said, the idea is to zone the site with an H because of sewer and water capacity. So I think the conversations with your staff and the senior leadership here in Prince Edward County, you know, still have some decisions to make, because as of today, we have no sewer and water capacity here. If that was to change, even for a portion of the site or a phase of this site, we think we could be ready to go. All things, this going through, of course, and then getting into the site plan process. We think we could be marketing this site next year and in the ground within, certainly, I would say at the end of this year would be very optimistic and probably not realistic, but I certainly think this time next year we could have shovels in the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else interested in asking a question of the applicant this first round? No? Okay, so I would reiterate what has been said. I grew up in a house, part of my growing up was done in a house that was 17 feet wide. It was great. Felt like a palace. And I know that, you know, one of the biggest sort of ways to build affordability is density, and it's certainly something that was undertaken post-war very successfally, with much smaller homes on much smaller footprints, and that is something that builds also sustainability. So I would share the sentiments that we can, it's maybe one of our only tools to build affordability. I would have one question for the proponent, which is back to Cleminson. What would we be seeing on, for the developer, about the streetscape on Cleminson and what that would look like? Are we looking at the backs of houses, or are we looking at a full front, or are we looking at like a sidewalk connection to a doorway? I would be concerned about disactivation of that streetscape.
So I believe that the built form is rear lane, so the front, the articulated front of your home is actually on Cleminson. The car is relegated to the back into the laneway.
Okay, so that is activated, that there are those connections.
Street, it animates
Great.
the street and creates that life on the
Great.
street. And I, by the way,
I just wasn't quite clear on how that was gonna work. Very good.
Yeah, typically with this type of product, we also call them dual frontage. So you have a sort of a more functional frontage, which is where you enter when you get out of your car, but you also have that sort of ceremonial frontage that faces the street. And when we develop this type of product, we don't want to have the building set back too far from the road. Typically, they're between 2.5 and 4.5 meters. Because if you give people space, they're going to put inflatable pools and trampolines and stuff and barbecues out the front, and it's going to destroy the streetscape. So there's a certain sweet spot when we design these, and this is the type of thing we'll work with staff through site plan approval.
Thank you very much. Again, forgive for the slight going out of order. I did not go to staff and ask if you have further comments or are there any more questions for round two quickly for the applicant? No, are we good? So my apologies. So if you would like to add anything.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have nothing further to add.
Great. So now we would go on to the public. We'll be able to, when we deliberate, we've sort of just, because, I haven't chaired a planning meeting for a few years, and this is one of our wonderful clerks first. Just have a little bit of patience with us. Thanks. We learn as we go. So we'll come back to that for sure. So now we will, yes.
So instead of hearing staff's rationale of how we got here, we're gonna have to wait till we hear the public comments and then ask staff?
Yes.
I just, in my humble opinion, it seems to be more productive if, staff can tell us how we got here, right? Because I think this is a good product before we get to that other part.
So however, just the established system that we've always had is we ask staff if they've got comment on on the file, then we go to the applicant, and then we go to the public, and then we deliberate as a group, and we'll have full access to staff at that time. So now we will throw it to the public. I do have a list of registered speakers, and I think a couple of them are joining us from home, or via Zoom. I'll go
Through
in.
the chair, there's none virtually for this one.
None virtually for this one? Okay. And it even said that in my notes. Thanks. So first we have Danielle Lindholm. Is Danielle Lindholm here? Thank you and welcome, Danielle. If you could state for the record.
Good evening, Madam Chair, City Council members, Planning, Development Committee, and staff. My name is Danielle Lindholm. I live on Aletha Drive in the village of Wellington. I'm here to object to the rezoning from the applicant. So the notice of public meeting that we received states that the applicant, Sterling Homes, has made an application to rezone the subject lands from Rural 1, RE1, to Urban Residential 3, R3. In fact, the applicant has applied for R3 zoning with exceptions, 3 pages of exceptions requesting reduction in lot sizes, as well as a reduction of landscaped open space from 35% of the subject lands to 6.6%. Of great concern is the overdevelopment of the subject lands. The applicant's revised concept plan for 250 dwellings, previously 240 dwellings, is excessive and not in keeping with neighborhood aesthetics.
Can you just pull the mic down just a little? Thank you.
We can hear you.
The proposed 2- and 3-story townhouses will look like a brick wall with no natural barrier between this proposed development and the existing homes on Aletha Drive. An up-to-date map was provided to Council and to the Planning and Development Committee. The proposed concept plan will adversely impact sale of homes in close proximity to the planned dwellings. In the County News and notices posted February 25th, 2021, from Mayor Steve Ferguson, quote, "The new official plan provides the municipality with a modern path forward, ensuring that change and development is both respectful and appropriate," unquote. The applicant's concept plan is neither respectful nor appropriate for our neighborhood or community. It is not compatible with the existing pattern of the community. One of the priorities of the county's strategic plan 2023-2026 that we received with our tax bill is to, quote, "protect our rural character and natural landscapes," unquote. How does a concept plan of building blocks protect our rural character? Growth is good, as is affordable housing, but overdevelopment is not good due to negative impact, such as intensive urban growth can lead to greater poverty, with local governments unable to provide services for all people, overcrowding, traffic congestion, urban crime. Hopefully, the County Planning and Development Committee, as well as Council, will consider best interests of its constituents and taxpayers, do right by them, and make the correct decision, not to overdevelop the subject lands, and ask the applicant to submit a less intrusive concept plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any members of committee have a question for the speaker? Thank you very much for coming out tonight. So next we have Dorothy Bothwell. Dorothy, welcome. And Dorothy, you know the drill. You've got 5 minutes to talk.
Thank you, Chair.
Want to angle that up a little?
Former counselor and chairing chairing planning meetings for over 3 years, I can sympathize with you. I also lived in a development very much like what's proposed here, so been there, done that. The Sterling Homes development will significantly change the fabric and character of our historic small village of 1,900 residents. Will it be for the better is the question you will determine tonight. How many councillors actually drove to the end of Aletha to view the development's border and impacted neighborhood? Or did you rely on the outdated Google planning maps in the report that don't show the bungalows on Aletha? The Wellington secondary plan states that it is the intent of the secondary plan to support the intensification of existing neighborhoods south of the Millennium Trail by encouraging compatible infill development and the extension of those neighborhoods into surrounding undeveloped areas within the urban center. Section 4.1.1.1, residential design states, ensure that infill development reflects the scale, function, and character of existing development. Intensification should integrate with the existing low-rise fabric of the neighborhood. The zoning bylaw submission has been revised 3 times before tonight's meeting. Did they make it better by listening to and addressing the concerns of the residents? No. Each subdivision further reduces the lot sizes and setbacks. And yes, they can still ask for further reductions to lot sizes and setbacks through minor variances. What this does is put more home and less green space on each lot. The zoning sets what the density and lot sizes will look like. Site plan and design considerations can only deal with access for pedestrians and vehicles, walkways, lighting, waste facilities, landscaping, drainage, and exterior design. Site plan approval is delegated to planning staff. Why is 39 units per hectare okay for the west parcel and only 22 units per hectare for the east parcel when there are a similar number of Main Street estate lots backing onto it, as well as a number of one-story bungalows? There should be a similar transition with some single detached, semi or single detached homes. 12 trees is 25 units per hectare with tiny front and backyards. Infill density of 25 units would be appropriate, 39 units per hectare is not. With the 31 townhomes abutting Aletha, each of the 7 bungalows on Aletha will be facing the backyards of 3 two-story townhomes. Revising the plan to put single or semi-detached homes along the lot line with Aletha would create a more appropriate transition, keeping the density well within the secondary plan targets. In 2019, Council declared a climate emergency. The zoning bylaw amendment requests a minimum landscaped open space of 5,000 meters squared, which is mainly the required parkland dedication component. R3 zoning requires a minimum of 35% landscaped open space, or 26,600 meters squared. Removing the minimum landscaped open space impacts the overall amount of green space. The required 35% minimum landscaped open space should be reinstated. R3 zoning sets a maximum 35% lot coverage. Sterling is asking for no maximum percent lot coverage, meaning a building can take up most of the lot with significantly reduced front, rear, and side yard setbacks. The zoning bylaw amendment and lot siting for the detached units shows only 1.3 meters or 4 feet 3 inches between homes with abutting garages. Navigating a lawnmower on 2 feet of side yard without stepping over your neighbor's lot line would be a challenge. The zoning bylaw amendment should be revised to ensure that at least one garage side is a minimum 1.2 meters and the other 0.6 meters. In the comment matrix, planning staff asked the developer's planner to use the parking standards for the city of Ottawa. Sterling is asking for a reduction in visitor parking to 0.2 spaces per unit rather than the required 0.25 spaces per unit. Parking studies use comparator municipalities with similar housing forms,
30
amenities,
seconds, Dorothy.
and modes, almost done, for transportation. We do not have rail or fixed transit. The interior roads in the development are all fire routes. There will be no on-street parking, and most homeowners will bring 2 vehicles. Visitor parking will be at a premium. It's not appropriate to use Ottawa as a comparator. Shortchanging parking now will come back to haunt both the condo board and the county bylaw enforcement. Please stand firm on visitor parking at 0.25. These concerns do not make us NIMBYs. Rather, how can we design new development to be the best it can be for the future of Wellington? It takes all partners, planning staff, the developer, residents, and council to understand, interpret, and mold development to the secondary plan vision of a livable, sustainable, and vibrant community. Committee and council can define tonight if this will be a healthy and livable community by ensuring that appropriate zoning standards are maintained. This will also set the bar for Caitlin and future development. I would respectfully ask that the zoning bylaw amendment be returned back to staff and the developer, and that density be reduced to the secondary plan preferred target density of 25 units per hectare to provide for appropriate housing transition abutting Aletha. 35% minimum landscaped open space be required, visitor parking standard of
Dorothy.
0.25, and the maximum
Thank you.
lot coverage of 45%, same as Aletha.
Thank you very
be
much.
required. Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Ms. Bothwell? Thanks for your comments. Lara and Barry Charlebois, welcome. Welcome, and please state your name, and you've got 5 minutes to speak, and as you've just seen, I will cut you off. I'll give you a half-minute warning. Thank you.
Members of the Development Committee and council members, Mr. Engelsdorfer, my name is Lara Charlebois. My husband and I are residents of the village of Wellington. We live on Aletha Drive. I can't point out where it is, but it's on the left-hand side where the long line of townhouses are being put. Aletha Drive is a narrow street with several single-story homes fronting onto it and to the agricultural fields beyond, the 4 parcels of farmland which we currently see out our front windows. Tonight I'm here because I'm very concerned about the nature of the application on the table to be voted on tonight, to change the zoning of this farmland to build not single-family homes, but to cram as high a density of attached townhome structures as possible to the westernmost parcel, which, by the way, Aletha Drive runs along the edge of, and the front of our homes face. Let's look at the easternmost parcel. On the eastern edge of the development plan here, there are 5 properties which look onto Consacon Street, all of which have deep backyards containing mature trees and bushes. Also, a stream splits their property lines and that of the Sterling development. The approximate distance between the walls of the back sides of the Consacon homes and the proposed single-family homes in the development plan measure over 100 yards in distance. The mature trees and bushes, combined with the distance, will provide privacy and show respect to the current homeowners that everyone expects in the village of Wellington. Contrary to this, on the western property line of the development are single-story homes whose front doors face the development property. This is where we live. Our homes have modest front yards and front onto Aletha Drive, which is about the width of a driveway and runs along the western property line here. According to the proposed plans here, you can see 31 two-story townhome units are to be built right along the property line with their immense back wall facing us. These units are to have small backyards with concrete slabs for barbecue patios, which is where we are told they will enjoy their recreation. 31 units with a couple in each, with 1 or 2 children. That's most likely 100 people enjoying their barbecues in front of us with no privacy. As we can see from the plans, the 31-unit townhomes create an almost solid wall of backside of the structures, similar to that of what I've seen as a double-decker train with a roof. filling the length of the western property line. The whole length of the property line. To greet us and our neighbors when we walk out our front doors. There's no respectful space nor privacy for those of us whose curb appeal is soon to vanish. Have you ever walked in a back alley of a city? Sterling is treating the street of our homes that we front onto as their own back alley. I urge Council and the Development Committee to recognize that Sterling's current development plan is unacceptable. I ask that you insist that Sterling build single-family homes along the Olethe Drive borderline, just as they have proposed on the eastern edge, for all the reasons stated.
Thank you. You're almost out of time, so wrap up if
Rejecting
you're
the
able.
zoning request until the proposed design satisfies these issues. With a no vote tonight on Sterling's rezoning request, we have no faith that these critical issues will be addressed unless held to it by council. Thank you for representing us and addressing the issues brought forward tonight by your constituents.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Laura Charlebois? Go ahead, Councillor Maynard.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation, Laura, your comments. So the house in Olethe, I don't know, maybe 2+ years. I'm just wondering, when you were purchasing that house, did the real estate agent or the developer of the houses let you know that the land to the east was likely to be developed and that it wasn't farmland? That it was part of the core development area? You weren't aware when you purchased your home?
I have no qualms about development. I know that Wellington needs to grow. And all of the areas that when we were looking at Wellington, to move to Wellington, we looked at the entire village, and it is a village. It's not it's not an inner city. And we checked out the area near the arena on First Avenue there. It's a community. We looked at West Wind Crescent. It's a community. All of the, what's the other one? There's, the newer development parts of Wellington. They're in keeping with the rest of the community. This is beyond the pale. And, we're not against development. Single-family homes, something respectful. Again, what incenses me is that efficiency to build the most units possible along that edge did not consider that they are taking away from the vibrancy of our street. And, the gentleman talked about, we don't want barbecues to be facing the front of people's yards. Well, that's exactly what he's doing to us. We have not been considered, and it could have something to do with the way that the plans were laid out, superimposed on a, 8 to 10-year-old Google Maps photo that doesn't even show that our homes exist, where they're situated, facing their property. You can see the backyards of the ones on Consacon, the backyards of the homes off of Main Street, but not ours. We have not been considered.
Thank you. And I believe you're also planning to speak individually? Okay, so thank you. So you also have 5 minutes to speak, and please state your name clearly.
Thank you, committee. Barry Charlebois, Aletha Drive as well. Our neighbors who recently bought on Aletha just 6 months ago or something in that order, he just told me that when they purchased, they inquired from the real estate agent what was the plan for building in front, and the response was nothing for 5 to 10 years. But anyhow, so yes, I'm on Aletha. I'm in one of the loser homes that Mr. Mondale referred to, directly facing the backyards that are about to be built. Enclosed with our recent tax bill was a flyer referencing Prince Edward County's strategic plan. The plan states that it was developed through an extensive consultation process where residents outlined their hopes for the future. The focus was the economy, community infrastructure, and quality of life. Highlighted in the plan is the stipulated objective to have a community that balances growth with preserving the historic character of the county. So under the banner of quality of life, I asked, where in the county would you find residents coming out of their front door to be confronted by a complex stretching greater than 2 football fields, 264 yards calculated from accessible diagrams? This is a complex one would find in a major metropolis. It's akin to an Amazon warehouse in my mind, and of all places, in the middle of the village of Wellington. Not on a highway exit ramp on the outskirts of a major city. Again, a mere few feet away from an established retirement community. The proposed structures that we're talking about on the west end equals 3 Wellington arenas, end to end to end, 3 Wellington arenas. And we are to be practically attached to it. For us, it will be living in an inner city with a back alley facing us. This is pure and simple, terrible design. How does this protect and preserve our quality of life? Where is the social equity in this arrangement? Repeating, an objective of the Strat Plan is a desire to have a community that balances growth with the current character of the county. Is what is being proposed indicative of the current character of Wellington? Surely it's not. This is Mississauga, this is Oakville. This is what many of us in Wellington on the Lake race to get away from. Is this what the county desires? Now, we concur with the expressed need for affordable housing in Wellington. We have no way of determining, in fact, this official goal is being achieved here. Judging by the depictions and renditions presented by Sterling, we have our reservations. These are impressive homes, and when asked about starting price, like tonight, there was no number provided. I hope Council is fully engaged in making certain that affordable starter homes for this market is in fact the deliverable. I hope the density is not conflated with affordability. At last week's meeting organized by Councillor Engelsdorfer, Sterling mused about possible fencing and some shrubbery as a solution to our concerns. A fence running 264 yards? This aesthetic is a nightmare. Moreover, there's a considerable drop at the property line. How high would a fence have to be effective? 10 feet? 12 feet? More? It's the developer's desire to monetize every morsel of earth they own. We understand this. However, they don't have the right to eviscerate the value of our properties. Who would buy a home to retire in a mere few feet away from in front of a massive complex bordered by a fence
Please wrap up.
264 yards long?
We look to our elected officials to balance needs and protect taxpayers, including retirees. We urge that you consider our quality of life, vote down this application. Don't accept that the configuration proposed can't easily be altered to address the crucial needs of the neighboring community. It can. Thank you for listening to our plea. Vote no.
Can you stay put for just a moment? I think we have a question for you, Councillor Nyman. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as I'm sitting here listening, what I'm hearing is you're not in favor of what's being proposed, but knowing that that's open land that's there for development, if somebody was to buy that and put the same development in that you're living in right in front of you, would the same thought be there?
I'm not sure I understand your question. The same development that we currently reside in?
Yep.
Absolutely not. We're, as Lara indicated, we're not against development. We're against facing this massive inner city that's confronting us within feet. That's what we can't understand why this can't be redesigned. It can be.
Okay, I guess, can I have a follow-up?
You may.
Thank you. And I guess, kind of what I'm looking at anyways is we're getting either affordable housing or attainable housing. And it's all three levels of government who are pushing for this. So, and the upper levels are really pushing hard for it. So I guess, is Wellington on the Lake, is it attainable or affordable? As opposed to what was presented here with smaller units, which is going to cut the cost down per unit. So that's kind of what I'm looking at.
Yeah, well, you can't really get a clear answer on what the entry-level price is going to be for that. So we make some assumptions. I don't know how you can build for less than, or sell for less than $500,000. So I don't believe that it's going to be affordable. That's really truly what where I'm coming from.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Ryan Proctor on the list. Ryan Proctor. Thank you. And again, state your name and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
I'll be nowhere near 5 minutes. So my name's Ryan Proctor, and my question is about the east end of the development. There's a creek that runs along the far east of the property south down to the lake with many mature trees and quite a bit of wildlife. Many of us living on Contactin Street appreciate that the plans for the east are for detached homes, as this will hopefully minimize the damage to the creek and the wildlife. I'd like to know about the plans to protect those trees and the creek, and will the creek and the trees remain undisturbed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our planners will note that questions that can be answered when we go to deliberate. Is that all right, Matt? Thank you. Now, that is the end of our registered speakers, but there's a room full of people. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding the Sterling development? I see one hand over there. Come on up and introduce yourself. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Madam Councillor, Mayor Ferguson, ladies and gentlemen of the council, esteemed community members and dedicated public servants, thank you for your time this evening. My name's Wendy Russell. I am the owner of 46 Contactin Street, which will be directly impacted by on the east end. There is an easement in between myself and our neighbors at 42 Contactin, and we have yet to date, with including many reach outs to people, including the co-owner of my house, who has reached out, I think, to Matt Coffey. We're trying to get answers in terms of what is going to happen to that 10-foot strip of land that delineates between our house and our neighbor's house at 42 Contactin, and there seems to be nothing clear as to what's going to happen there. There, obviously, as Ryan mentioned, there's a creek that runs behind all of us. And so we've heard various different explanations that it's some sort of servicing of some kind, whether that's water or sewer, I'm not sure, but we would just love some clarity on that, because the other thing is that on our side of the yard, before people start tearing it up, we have 80-year-old peonies that have been planted there and been in the county for 80 years. We would love to save before people start tearing up our yard. We're looking to find out if there's going to be a giant concrete tube in our yard. I have tenants in that house that, you know, are going to be disrupted while all of this construction is going on, and the 10-foot strip between our two houses is, and there's wildlife, you know, that lives there. There's a, you know, we have foxes and bunny rabbits and all sorts of, you know, birds that live along the fence line and things like that that are obviously going to get disrupted by this. So we're just very concerned about the, and also the creek that runs behind our home, how that is possibly going to service anything when there's a creek in the way. Like, where are you? How far down do you need to dig to get under the creek, which I don't even think is engineerically possible. I know that's not a word, but
it is now.
Fabulous. Yeah, I would just love an explanation and thoughts on how and what that is going, how that's going to impact our easement there. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've got another hand up. Please come on up to the mic, introduce yourself. You've got 5 minutes to speak.
Okay, I won't be that long. My name's Kevin Hanbury. I live on Aletha. I'm fortunate that I'm well away from the new developments. I'm not directly affected by it. Is it possible to bring up the concept plan on the screen again? I think it's unfortunate that whenever you see this plan, it's superimposed on an old aerial photograph that does not show the extension, the southerly extension on Aletha, and does not show the 7 homes that back up against that wall of homes. I suspect the planners, when they initially started on this, weren't even aware that there were any homes along there, and that's probably why they dumped that Berlin wall of homes along the west edge of it. Going back to the beginning of this meeting, there was talk about new subdivisions having to be compatible with the area, with what's around it. I think council has to make a decision on whether this particular development is compatible. There was also must enhance the character of. Does this subdivision enhance the character of the houses around it? And the third thing was it should have no adverse impact. Again, you're going to have to decide whether this particular development has no adverse impact on the residents that live around it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to? Yes, I see another hand. Come on up, and again, state your name. You've got 5 minutes to speak.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Madam Chair, Your Worship, and councillors. My name is Joanna Green, and I am the chair of the Wellington Community Association. In principle, the Wellington Community Association supports the Sterling Homes proposal for infill development. Wellington needs more housing, and on its surface, this development seems to be a sensible and balanced way of addressing this need. Furthermore, it should be noted that the secondary plan clearly states that infill development will be considered a priority and should take place first. Of course, we have not seen Sterling's final plans or any specific details for their proposed homes. Our endorsement of the infill development should not be considered carte blanche. It comes with some very serious caveats. We trust that the Sterling project will be appropriate in its size and scale, and that it will include a significant number of affordable and attainable housing units. Density should conform with the Wellington secondary plan, which clearly states 25 to 37 units a hectare as the desirable range for density. We also expect that it will be designed and built with environmental sustainability in mind. Most importantly, we expect that the project will be in keeping with the existing character of Wellington and will reflect our village's values and priorities. Sterling Homes must be mindful of the impact the density of their proposed development will have on existing neighboring homes. They must be particularly respectful and conscious of those neighbors and make certain that their proposed new development does not interfere with the ability of those pre-existing residents to continue to enjoy their properties. The developer must also ensure that there is sufficient livable outside space and plenty of amenities to benefit both new and longtime residents of Wellington. We have confidence that the planning department will see to it that these expectations are met by the Sterling Corporation. Sterling Homes has demonstrated a willingness to work with us, and they have expressed their intention to include us in their planning process, for which we are grateful. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from committee? I see no questions. Thank you very much. Come on up to the mic and state your name. You've got 5 minutes to speak. And you can, I think, use this mic too on this side of the room. Becky, would you, oh, never mind, it looks good.
Good evening, Mayor Ferguson and council and staff members. My name is Elaine Jackson. I had not intended to speak tonight. This is spur of the moment. However, I've been listening to everything that's been said tonight, and the thing that stands out over and over and over to me is that we, meaning the residents of Wellington, and in particular the residents of Wellington on the Lake and the residents of Aletha Drive, who are most affected by this development, are not against development, nor are we against affordable homes or a mix of types of homes coming to Wellington. What we're asking for here is that the developer look at that brown line on that diagram that I believe equates with the tall, very dense buildings, that the townhouses that they're talking about building close to Aletha Drive. Why not just switch the thing around and put them at the east end of the development instead of the west end of the development? You could solve the whole problem that way. I mean, it's not rocket science. But I know, I'm not a builder, I'm not a council member. I realize that. I'm trying to simplify something that probably isn't simple. But that is the issue here, I think, for most people. And we're just asking that you listen. Listen to your constituents. I was here before council not quite a year ago. And I was told after that what we could expect from council was transparency and communication. That's what we're asking for. Communicate with us. Be transparent in what you're doing. We're not against this developer. We're just against facing a friggin' brick wall where it doesn't belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any remaining people who would like to speak on this item? This is your chance. I see no further hands. So now typically this would be, and I can turn my timer off now. Typically this would be when we put the motion on the floor that we've already got on the floor successfully. So now I would open it up to committee to discuss. We will begin with Councillor Pennell.
Yeah, I have one question, basically of staff. In all the discussion taking place, would it be possible to perhaps relocate some buildings when we get farther along, or is that out of the question?
Through the chair to Councillor Pennell, there hasn't been a formal site plan submitted yet, so there is an opportunity to move things around. What the zoning is going to do is put some parameters in place that will establish permitted uses and some yard requirements. It does not set the concept plan in stone. That will require a formal site plan application. I do want to point out that the denser townhomes, just for clarification, that are in brown do not actually back onto Athena. Those The ones that do back onto Athena are front lane towns, not the back-to-back towns, which are shaded in darker brown.
Thank you. Councillor Maynard, and then Councillor Roberts.
So here we are asking questions, but you know, I know staff was making notes and taking notes to questions that was asked by the public. I would just find it helpful if we had some kind of a overview or answer to those questions, so that we're not, you know, to make this part of the discussion, the council discussion, more productive. Is that possible? If not, I will accept that, but it just...
Through the chair, I've been making notes. With your patience,
Yes.
I may be able to go through some of the highlighted comments.
Great.
And provide some comments. If I miss anything, you know, we can follow up on that. But there were some comments early on about landscaping and perhaps the lack thereof. The majority of landscaping has been accommodated through the large parkland blocks, which which front onto the Millennium Trail. So there was, early on in the concept, there was considerable discussion about where that park should be located. And it was our opinion that the park should front onto the Millennium Trail so that it provides more access to people, not just within this new community, but also to people beyond this development, so they can ride or walk or get to this park without having to drive to it. So that's why the park is located where it is. The nature of the townhomes themselves don't really lend themselves for a lot of on-site green space. But nevertheless, at site plan, we will be asking for a landscape plan. So there will be an enhanced amount of landscaping that we'll be looking for, particularly along the western boundary that has been discussed quite a bit so far tonight. The density, we believe that the density being proposed is consistent with the secondary plan across both sites. It's under the 37 units per hectare. In a larger municipality, that type of density would not be considered high density. Here in Wellington, we've heard that comment that it is high density, but it's more of a medium density, and does allow for that affordable housing product to be delivered. So it is appropriate, and it is consistent with the secondary plan. Parking standards across a lot of our developments that have come in front of council over the last 2 or 3 years. We've been looking at these parking standards and modernizing them to reflect what we're seeing in other communities. We're going through a fairly extensive process right now, reviewing our comprehensive zoning bylaw, where we will be implementing a revised parking strategy and parking requirements. So I don't think this particular development goes far outside of what we are looking for and what we think is appropriate. We're not seeing individuals purchasing townhomes like this that have 2 or 3 cars. It's very appropriate that 1 parking space per unit and some visitor parking be accepted in a development like this. There's been lots of discussion about the eastern townhomes backing onto Wellington on the lake. For sure, there's going to need to be fencing and buffering to mitigate any visual impacts. But if this was a double loaded road, which most streets in our community are, you would most likely see development on the east side of Athena Drive as well as the west side. And you know, with all due respect, the folks on Athena Drive do have backyards, and
Order, thank you, order.
appreciate that, thank you. So they do have backyards, and I think with some buffering and some mitigation that we'll be asking for through site plan approval, the visual impacts will be minimal.
Again, order. Thank you. Order. So there were a few other concerns that were mentioned. Before we cover them off, I'd like to sort of bring our manager of planning into the conversation, if that's okay.
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, to council. We've heard all the arguments tonight, some concerns of the residents. The developers indicated a willingness to work with the residents as well as staff. Indeed, if this was a normal situation on Alita, there would be fronting units, not backing units. But we've spoken with the owner of the road and have basically been told to go fly a kite. So what are we to do? It would be nice to be able to front units onto that road so that fronting units face fronting units and you have a cohesive community. But we don't have that ability. So we cannot do that. So the only other option is to possibly provide some lower density at this location. So maybe it's a mix of singles and towns, but we'll have to work with the developer. If indeed the density is too high, again, they have to go through site plans. So they're gonna have to do their turning radii. They're gonna have to put in garbage areas. They're gonna have to do transformers and all that sort of things to satisfy how they're gonna service the site. My guess is they're gonna lose units. How many, I don't know. But we can also make them lose units by bringing down the density in order to provide a better mix along that western edge. But we have to work with the developer. And, you know, we have some abilities, but we don't have the magic wand to make them do things that they don't want to do sometimes. But we will work with them. They've heard the arguments. I believe they're good corporate citizens and will help us out to help out the community. But ultimately, I would love to be able to front units onto that street, but I can't right now. If somebody can help me out, we'd do that.
Thank you very much for that comment. Just a reminder to committee, we don't see site plans. That is delegated. We've been instructed by Ontario that it's delegated. So if you do want to see detailed alterations, tonight's your night to do it. And also, I just wanted to ensure, I'm very sorry, Matt, did you cover the, did you cover the creek?
No.
The question about the creek and the environmental or the protection of the creek, and would servicing be problematic for that creek or that laneway?
Thank you. I did want to get to that. So the creek is indicated as open space on the concept plan on the east side. So it is protected. The rear lots will not interfere with the creek at all. There'll be a setback of, I believe, 15 meters from the creek itself. And the Conservation Authority has looked at that and is in agreement. The strip of land that runs to the east to Contactin Street, I did have a conversation with one landowner. I'm not sure if it was the landowner who spoke tonight, but I did have a conversation with somebody who lived adjacent to that. And we looked at it, and right now the conceptual stormwater plan is, and I know Phil is here from SCS, he can maybe speak to this more because he laid out the draft stormwater plan, but there's no actual water that's planned to divert into that section. It will all flow to the west. Having said that, it is a piece of land that is owned by the developer, and there is some master stormwater drawings in our master servicing plan that look at this area and how some of the land drains even from the east of Contactin. So I'm not sure long term how this is going to how it's going to affect that little strip, but I don't believe there's any plans right now through this development to impact that. And if I'm not correct, perhaps either Paul, Jim, or our folks at SES can correct me on that.
Okay, so then there's nothing currently planned for that corridor vis-a-vis servicing. Perhaps then that gets taken as a plea to the developer to be. Is that sort of where we leave that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so now I've got. Yeah, well, you were, and
Okay.
maybe you've gotten your answers a little
I've
bit,
got
but
many of them.
There, well,
uh,
the floor is yours.
So I'll be brief. The issue of the wall of homes is obviously first and foremost certainly on people's minds here. And I'm hopeful that staff can have discussions with the developer. And I must say that I was impressed by the developer's presentation and what I think is their honesty and forthright approach to creating housing for everybody. Anybody that could, a wide variety of people that would enjoy and contribute to Prince Edward County. The situation abutting Wellington and the lake, I think, deserves staff's attention and the developer's attention, and I'm hopeful that the developers are here and heard the comments and will be amenable to that discussion and coming up with a resolution. That's really my only comment at this point, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ferguson. We're going to go next to Councillor Engelsdorfer, and then after that, Councillor St. Jean, and I've just seen a new name for the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNaughton. I think this is certainly much different than anything Wellington has seen before, but I'm not sure that's a bad thing. If our community is going to grow in a healthy way, I do think that we need a more diverse range of housing than we currently offer. At the open house last week, though, I'd say the three main concerns were density, a buffer, and compatibility. And I'm hearing from the manager of planning that as we move through the process, we can look at a mix of, maybe singles and towns to try and mitigate some of the concern along Aletha Drive. And Paul's shown that a little bit of willingness to work with the community. So I think there's an opportunity to come to an agreeable solution on that western property. But I do, like I said, I do think this is a development that Wellington really does need to offer some different type of housing than we have right now. So I'm happy to have those conversations too as we move along. And yeah, everybody knows where to find me to have those conversations. So.
Thanks very much. Councillor St. Jean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a bunch of other stuff I was going to say, but I'm going to save it. But what I do want to react to is something that Manager Mike Michaud mentioned about the, I think everybody is aware that Wellington on the Lake is a private property. It is not municipal. There's nothing municipal there. The potential Sterling development is exactly like that. It's different housing models, types, but it's exactly the same type of development. So, Michael, you mentioned, go fly a kite. Kind of made me laugh. But I guess the question I have for you is, if both property owners were to come to an agreement, and I think I asked Matt Coffey this a few weeks ago about interconnectivity of the two developments. So would I guess I'm asking your opinion. Is that really the only option for modification of the as it's being referred to, the wall of houses, to not so much create a better buffer, but a better transition? So what I am hearing is that is really the only opportunity to make any major changes that I think will satisfy most, if not everybody in this room.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor St. Jean, the answer is no. We do have the ability to try and force the developer, and we always hold the card of going to the Ontario Land Tribunal. But they could appeal whatever site plan if it doesn't come in, we don't like it. They don't want to make the changes. They always have the ability to appeal. They're the only ones that have that appeal right on a site plan. So, when we get a site plan in, obviously we put it on the portal. We send it all to everybody here for your comments and your review. We also will ask the developer to hold a public information center. Again, that's not required under the Planning Act, but we've asked for larger developments like this to go forward and work with the community. So we can work with the developer, and maybe it's a mix of singles and towns on that western side. Maybe it's all singles. I don't know, but that's something that we can have a discussion with the developer, see where they're comfortable with and what we might be able to comfortable with, barring the fact that we cannot get on to Alita and face housing Alita. So my understanding is the road is owned by an entity. It's not owned by a condominium corporation. It's owned by one land developer.
Okay, and follow up to that?
Yes.
So, and I do understand that, that it's a separate owner, but I'm trying to wrap my mind around why two individual parties couldn't come to an agreement that could be beneficial to the entire community.
Absolutely 100% agree with you.
Okay.
But we've reached out and we were told to go away.
Okay, then I'm just going to make a general statement to finish my comments here. I do hope that the residents of Wellington on Lake, specifically those that reside on Aletha Drive, reach out to the property owner and put some pressure on them. If you want to make this development better, then I think you need to do that as well. And also, I think we all need to bear in mind, this is about zoning, it's not about a site plan. So I fully expect to see some changes coming that are more amenable. But in the end, I'm still going to support the zoning application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts?
Yes, thank you. Matt and Michael, you could guess what I'm going to ask about, given my question to the proponents earlier. And Matt, you even reminded me of it when you're answering another question from a councillor. You said it was the density that made the affordable product able to be developed. And I'd just like to have a little peace of mind as a councillor and perhaps collectively as council that that a thoughtful directive to staff to keep the notion of affordability and attainability much in mind as we go through this process would be very important, I think. So if you can do that and assure that that is thoughtful directive from council, that would be deeply appreciated.
Thank you. Do any members of committee have any further comments or questions before we move forward? Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Take it away.
Excuse me, I have a question for staff. And I think the lady's proposition that she came forward with, I'd like to ask the developer if that's possible to make that switch in the site plan to the some of these single family lots over onto there with a little different design in here. And to me, looking at it, there could be a benefit of that as well, because you would put part of the traffic from here, if that street was opened up to Consecon Street, part of the density of the traffic can go to 2 streets rather than all on Wellington Main Street. Well, that's not an easement. I thought somebody said there was an easement.
There's in a different location, there is an easement? Sort of.
Anyway,
Yeah.
all I'm asking is that, you know, if you can get together with the developer and maybe explore that possibility. And it's either doable or it isn't doable or whatever. And I'd like to, at the end of the day, know the result of that. But on the surface, whatever it takes, it might be, there might be a solution there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harrison, any further comments or questions from committee? Okay, Councillor Pennell?
I guess my question is, if we go ahead tonight and decide that we're gonna go along with this, there's still opportunity within the site plan to make adjustments down the road, is there not?
So
Yes, there is.
can you clarify though? This is not a council process at that time?
It is not a council process, but we've talked about having another public meeting as part of the site plan process. So there'll be more discussion at that time. And then it will come through staff through a delegated authority process for approval.
Thank you. So yes, Councillor Maynard, go ahead.
Yeah, just one more comment. So I think that we need density to get any kind of attainability. And I would just remind people that in many of our villages and towns, there are houses, there are lots that have been there for 150, 200 years that are 30, 40 feet wide and have small houses where families were raised. This is not something new. Quite the opposite. What we see in these subdivision developments that we've had over the last 20, 30 years are actually the outlier to what this community was actually built on, which was small lots, small houses, especially in our towns and villages.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? And I would remind, if you do want to make changes, yeah, go ahead.
One question.
Yeah.
To Matt, site plan, can we deal with density at that point, or does that have to be dealt with now?
So through the chair, the density is set. There can be units that get reduced, moved around, but essentially the density is set.
So if he wished to make an alteration, tonight would be the night to make that? No?
So there's enough flexibility in the site. It can be adjusted. It can go up. It can go down. It allows for, like we've said, townhouses and singles, apartments. So there is a lot of flexibility within the zone.
Yeah, the proposed zone is what you're talking about right now.
Correct, yes.
The proposed zone. So if there is if a councillor would like to make a proposal to make an alteration for the proposed zone, is that, this is the window, I believe? Is it not?
Through the chair, the zoning bylaw amendment is the text of the bylaw, which lays out the permitted uses.
Okay.
And all the yard requirements. It does not get into the details of specific sites and how it's laid out. That's going to be a site plan exercise.
Okay. Does that clarify? Is that, yeah, thank you. Councillor Harrison.
So let me clarify this. If we pass this tonight, there's absolutely no guarantee whatsoever of that western wall, so to speak, being, there's no guarantee to these people in the gallery that this cannot be altered, or I understand the density thing, but there's no guarantee to them that this can't be, that this isn't gonna happen then, as per proposed.
Through the chair, through the site plan process, we'll have the discussions on seeing if we can open up some green space along that western line to enhance the buffering, to mitigate any potential impacts. The housing.
Order, please. Go ahead.
The height of the buildings themselves, that has not been determined, so maybe it's a lower, maybe it's a 1-story as opposed to a 2-story. Those are the types of details that come at the site plan, but there's nothing to guarantee anything. It's just,
So
it's
if
just
we
a bylaw.
pass
It's in front of
this,
us.
it's a bylaw, and there's nothing to guarantee that there are changes here to satisfy, maybe not everything, but a portion at least of these concerns. I myself don't think at any height that's that can't be moved around. I think that's a question more for the developer at the end of the day, because your density, if you shift this around, you can still have the same density on the whole project, but try to satisfy these concerns at the same time. And if we pass this tonight, we have no guarantee to them that their concerns will be addressed.
I'm going to just turn it over to the manager of planning, if that's all right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the remainder of council. I see two things that could happen. One, the developer could indicate tonight that he's looking to change the design on that western edge, if they're willing to do that. I don't know if they are, but if they're willing to do that, that would be somewhat of a guarantee. The other option for council is to amend the motion, to put in a motion saying that staff are to work with the developer to provide a different density along the western boundary, so there's greater transparency or see-throughness, if you want to use that term, from the west to the east.
So just to
linking the two
clarify, you're suggesting if there is to be a condition added, that you would want it to be a referral back to staff?
Not at all, Madam
Okay.
Chair. All I'm saying is you add in another portion of the motion indicating that staff work with the developer to
Got it.
amend the western boundary
Okay.
for greater,
For example?
yeah.
Okay, thank you. If that's something you're interested in, we'll come back to you. I'm going to go over to Councillor Nyman right now.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
would be interested in that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I understand what you're saying, but I have to say, at the end of the day, if that was to happen, they just have to move it the other side of the street. You're still gonna be looking at the wall, as what everybody's saying. So do you look at it right here, or do you look at it 20 feet away? I think what we're trying to do is, today, is pass the zoning, so that you can get on with the site plan and have those conversations. That's the place to have those conversations. It is not, this is just to pass the zoning, so you can start that process and have those conversations. And there's gonna be, if I understand, another public information session in that process, like in that site plan. Is that correct?
It's through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Nyman. Under the Planning Act, we can't ask for one. We do ask for one because I believe it's the right thing to do. The provincial government basically changed the rules so that we can't do this, but we believe it's the right thing to do on larger developments, is to involve the community in how their community is being developed. We've done it with many other projects. We understand that the developer is willing to work with the community and us. I don't foresee them saying no, but they have the right to say no.
Thank you. We're going to go, unless there are further comments for committee, if Councillor Harrison does want to, sorry, you do? Okay. We'll just hold on if you're still planning to make a motion.
So the intent would be to still get the same density, but to shift it around. So my question then to staff is, if we then push that to another one of the borders, and then, that's what happens to, like what happens to whoever might be bordering that part, right? Because this is, and so like, how do we really make any gain other than making somebody happier and somebody way less happy?
Quickly.
Through you, Madam Chair. We can simply put all single-family homes on the western border. So you're looking probably reducing the number of homes along there by half. And then you'll have the see-through, the vistas between the units. You'd still have the backs of houses, you still have a fence along the road, unless we're able to gain access to that road. So it's not the best way to develop the community, but if that will then alleviate some of the issues in reducing that wall effect of all the townhouses on that western boundary.
Okay, Counselor, you know what?
The question was just, where do you pick up that extra density that we want in this development?
I've got you, Counselor Roberts.
My apologies.
Very quickly, please.
You'd have to pick it up on the east side, so, the first 4 or 5 single-family homes that you see north of the bottom street on that east side, maybe that's where you put another set of back-to-backs, and you gain the same number of units, so just different units, but the density would be pretty much the same.
Thank you. Counselor Roberts? My apologies.
Thank you. I think we're beginning to go around in circles. I think that we have often said that we trust the process, so why don't we do that here? A couple of, I think 4 councillors have mentioned the trust and goodwill that they have perceived and acknowledged in the developer to work with the public and work with the community. So another reference to the word trust. So I trust the process, I trust the site plan process, I trust our staff, I trust the worth of another public meeting, and I think we should call the vote.
Thank you. I would like to have just offer a little bit of tolerance to Councillor Harrison, who's expressed some interest. Do you still want to go forward with any sort of motion?
Yes, I share your concerns, and I trust the staff, and I trust this can be worked out. But on behalf of the people who have made their presentations here, I feel that this is basically important in the sense that it doesn't fall through the cracks some way when it leaves here, so to speak, that it's still there, and however it's dealt with, fine, but there's just, let's not let this fall through the cracks because of provincial legislation. So
are you making a motion or no?
Well, if you'd like to word that, Becky.
And
I guess basically the intent is to have that motion in there almost as an amendment, I guess as an amendment, whatever, that brings it in the forward so it doesn't fall through the cracks. And
yeah.
So, are you working on something there for me? Thank you.
Okay, so through the chair, and Mike, help me out with this one if you can, but that the main motion be amended to include that staff will work with the developer to amend the western boundary for greater transparency, and then that's where I left off.
Okay, is that acceptable, Councillor Harrison?
Yes, that's acceptable.
Do you have a seconder?
I'll move it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Purnell. Yes.
Okay, Councillor Purnell is seconding. Okay, so it's on the floor. Counselor St. Jean, followed by Counselor Nyman.
I won't be supporting it, but I do have a question with regards to the definition of transparency. Are we talking about transparency through the proposed, if it ever shows up, condominium block? Like, transparency has many meanings, so I'm trying to understand what we're talking about here.
Counselor Harrison, do you want to?
Yes, I think that's just a bit of an addendum there. We all know what we're trying to accomplish. We know the intent of it, as I said, and I've got a seconder, and I'd like to see it just kept front and center. I think the developer is acting in good intent. I think our staff acts with good intent, and that you can perhaps reach some sort of a compromise that's more palatable with the resident.
Quickly.
Madam Chair, perhaps the word is porosity.
What's that?
Porosity.
Porosity. Thank you. Can we, that makes more sense. You mean actual transparency through that block of buildings. There we go. Counselor Nyman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I know what the motion is. So can you just read that again? It's not, yeah, go ahead and just read it and then I'll ask.
Yeah, through the chair. Sorry, to clarify, the whole entire thing or just the amending clause?
Just the amending clause.
Yeah, that the main motion be amended to include that staff will work with the developer to amend the western boundary for greater ferocity?
Porosity, P-O-R.
Porosity.
Por, yeah.
Okay, so it's just, we're voting on an amending motion to amend the main
Direct
motion.
staff to.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you, Counselor Roberts.
No, I don't. I was just going to say, I think it would carry ironically more weight if it was a direction to staff rather than an amendment to the motion, but that's just a personal opinion, and I'm not sure it will pass, but we'll see.
Counselor Branderhorst.
So I would like just a clarification from staff on this amending motion. So if the density gets moved from the one side, and I guess it goes as clarification to Councillor Maynard's comment, is it just potentially moving to another individual's backyard? It's like, are we just moving it from east to west? Is that the idea with it? Because I don't, if you would like to say that will be dealt with in site plan, I
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, this is one concept plan.
Yeah.
In dealing with the developer, I believe this is probably concept plan 3 maybe for us. I'm sure they have, this is probably 8 or 9 for them as they've gone through their process of how you would develop the property. As we discuss further with them, I imagine we'll go through 2 or 3 more adjustments in whether they want to maintain the exact number of units, maybe just not the same number of singles in the same number of towns. There'll just be a different number of units per type.
I think staff and the developers have heard this discussion as well. I think we're going to have one last comment, then we have to call the vote. Councillor Brainy.
Thank you, Chair McNaughton. I agree wholeheartedly with what Councillor Roberts just said. I believe that having that direction offers more weight. Would you be willing to accept that as a friendly amendment, Councillor Harrison?
Can you have your mic on? Thank you.
Excuse me. Okay, all right.
Seconder agrees too. Okay. That staff be directed is the, that's, I thought what you were. Thank you. So, can we call the vote on the amending motion unless you want to pull it? You're happy? Okay, all in favor of the amending motion? That does not carry. We'll go on and call and vote on the main motion. Does anyone need reminding what that is, or are we good? Okay, all in favor? And that carries. Okay, thank you very much. We're gonna take a quick break. Yes, Councillor Roberts.
I ask for a direction to staff to take these matters into full consideration, including the colors and the wall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to have a quick break. Can everyone return at 9:20? Thank you.
It seems that the trail is sacrosanct. Yet if you walk up the trail, there's lots of homes that are along the trail. Why is there no consideration whatsoever to have the density closer to the trail? No, the wall on Oletha, why isn't that put on the trail side?
Because we don't want to put lots of houses on the trail.
Why?
Because we want to have the trail part of the community, not, because what happens is you put the wall, the backyards here, you know, the backyards on the other side, and we'll have a vacant space where the trail is. That's bad planning.
Well, I have a hard time. I'm on the trail all the time, right? And 99% of the time, the trail is not used. I understand the importance of the trail for the public and also for visitors. But you've got the hedgerow between ours and Consacon. There's a huge hedgerow on the trail. In the summertime, you can't see through that. You cannot see through it. It's so thick. Unless they take it all out.
It's probably all going to disappear in the next little while and put a transmission line for water. So most of that's going to disappear.
Well, I mean, the trail is sacrosanct, I understand, but nobody lives it. No taxpayers are there. Versus what we are confronted with, which is, it's awful. We're going to lose.
The trail was created, it's way back when there was nobody in it, right? So everybody rides their motorbikes, rides their four-wheelers on it. Inside the urban boundaries, whether it's here, Bloomfield, or Picton, you have to get those vehicles off the trail, so to speak. Bicycles, walking, that's it, right? So it becomes part of the community and not this urban boundary of people go whipping through. It's going to be developed on the other side. Eventually. The boundary for community goes all the way up to
yeah, it's quite a ways up. But if you look at the Legion Manor, those are apartments. They're pretty much on the trail.
we're going to have part of Caitlin's project, we're going to have apartments close to the trail. So people can use the trail.
Well, that's what we're saying. Put the density in this configuration on that.
No, because you're going to have a fence hiding the trail. So if you're walking the trail late at night, it's not going to fit. So now you're creating a dead zone. Someone will get bugged,
Okay, other question. Concern that you can't use the street on Olethe. The problem is it's a retirement community. Speed limit's 25 kilometers an hour. So if you're getting young families coming in and using that, it ain't gonna work, right?
If it's signed at 25, people will drive 25.
Okay, well, you know,
But it's privately owned.
I understand it's privately.
I can't get somebody to work with me if they don't want to.
Well, I understand that. He won't return my calls, but anyhow, why can't you put road against road?
That's an option. You could do road, Pinnacle Boulevard, Dare Road,
Yeah.
then the front side.
Yeah.
We could do something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense to us. We just don't want to lose all our value and our way of life. And we don't want to drive up the street and encounter, well, I'm repeating myself, 50, 60 people playing, young families. A lot of young families lived it, did it. We're just looking for peace and quiet in our retirement days.
It's actually designed, and I was thinking about when I was sitting here, but you have to work with the developers.
Yeah.
I can't.
I understand. That's why I don't like the fact that the motion went through. I agree with the amendment. Because we have no faith that he's going to, that's the way developers work.
What do you think of this? We'll do our best to.
Yeah, no, we're screwed. But, I mean, it's a shocker. I mean, many of us haven't lost. I mean, we haven't slept since this has come up. It's just really impactful. Really impactful.
We don't come out and see what the plans are and sure we discussed, or yeah, we can live with that.
I'm from Missouri on this kind of stuff. Another public meeting. I think some of the councillors heard what we had to say and heard our concerns. I hope so. Without leverage. Yeah.
I can always hold it. Ultimately, hold it too long, they can take you to the Ontario. Then you risk losing everything. Sometimes you have to make a deal in order to.
And I hope people understand our concerns. We're all for affordable housing. This ain't affordable houses. These houses are gorgeous. They're going to come in at 6, 7, 800,000.
What they've shown you is ideas.
Yeah.
That's not what's going to get there.
Well, even if it's dense, how many square foot are we talking? 1,400?
Well, yeah, townhouse is probably going to be stacked, back to back, so it could be about 8 to 1,000.
Okay. Well, 8 to 1,000, maybe that's affordable, but 1,400, you're looking at a lot of money. You're looking at $500,000 now, or let's 450.
What we need is competition. Competition drives it. We need the infrastructure so that we have a number of developers going at the same time. And they're going to fight for the same customer.
Great.
That's what we need. We're not going to have that. Like the Picton,
This winter has been so unusual. He's kept up with construction all the way through.
I guess them all going at the same time.
Still pouring cement every day.
We're all for Caitlin.
It says, is this a
I sure hope something can be done. It's Mike, isn't it?
that was when.
I'm sure hope something can be done.
But certainly the housing has slowed down. That they wanted it to do that with the interest rates going up, I guess.
I thought there's enough capacity for the infill.
My ward anyway, I've seen a lot of sales. 20 units? And a lot of buildings. Yeah. That's what builders can't get lots. They can't all be big lots on Wrights Point Road. We need smaller lots. Secondary roads.
What's your gut tell you?
Becky, we're going to get started. Can everyone please take their seats? goodness. They've got a buffer, yeah. Thank you, we're gonna get started again. So if you're in the middle of a conversation, take it out in the hall. Thanks very much. We're gonna move ahead with item 6.2, which is a technical consent application. And we do have staff, I believe, are gonna make a comment about it. Thanks very much. Are we waiting for anyone? No. So I'm gonna hand it over, sorry? Oh, we're waiting for, we've got quorum. I think we'll go ahead with this technical consent, if that's all right with the clerk. Thank you. We're going to hand it over to staff to explain. Thank you very much, Emily.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So regarding this item, we did receive a request from the proponent to defer to a future meeting. I believe they're planning for June at this point. They were in attendance during the February meeting, but unfortunately we had the technical issues. So I think they'll wait and defer potentially to June and address a couple of things with some neighboring property owners as well.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to hand it over to the clerk now to provide the language for a deferral.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in accordance with section 12.3 subsection 9 of the procedural bylaw, this is a referral motion given that the request of the applicant to not proceed with the statutory public meeting this evening is due to an updated design and the intention to meet with neighboring cottagers. As such, it is expected that the application will change. So I'm actually just going to display it on the screen for you guys and then I can read it out.
Thank you. So the mover can read it out since you've got it on the screen. Thanks very much. Councillor Branderhorst is going to move it. Councillor Pennell is going to second. Thank you. Councillor Nyman, he beat you to it.
Anytime, Madam Clerk? Oh, thank you for that. So this is a Branderhorst Pennell motion that at the request of the applicant report DS-04-2024 of Development Services dated March 20th, 2024 regarding consent file number B29-22 be referred to staff to finalize the update design and for the applicant to engage in further public consultation.
Thanks very much. Are there questions regarding this motion? Thank you. All in favor? And that carries. So that is deferred. We'll move on to 4.3. So, and 4.3, does staff have further comment on this file at this time?
No further. I think the proponents want to make a presentation.
Pardon me?
I think the proponents want to make a presentation.
Back away from your mic just a titch. There you go. Thank you. They want to make a presentation? Great. So the agent or applicant is here. Thank you for your patience tonight, and I'm very sorry for the order of the agenda for you. Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Hello, I'm Keith Watson from Watson Land Surveyors in Belleville. I'm the agent. We're looking for approval of 4 building lots along County Road 2 near Mountain View Airport in the township of Ameliasburg. The applications were submitted 3 years ago. Wells have been dug and tested, environmental studies approved. Lots surpass the frontage and area requirements of the OP and zoning bylaw. They are similar to lots recently approved by this committee on County Road 14. Planning staff is asking for denial. They say any development is not compatible with the vision statement. The tree-lined road that contributes to the breathtaking vista between settlement areas will be significantly compromised. We feel such vague statements can be subject to much personal interpretation. Suggestion of the Public Works Department may provide us with a solution. That is to have mutual or shared driveways. There are already 2 entrances onto these properties, so it would only require 1 more 20-foot wide entrance would be needed along that half-a-mile stretch to service these lots. No development would happen on the north side of the road. It would remain the same. Any new homes built would be 100 feet back from the road, hidden from view by the cedar buffer. We feel that this would not significantly impact the perceived density along the 15-mile drive from Mountain View to Wellington. We're definitely in a housing crisis in this province, and a variety of homes are needed. I'm asking the committee to approve these lots tonight with the conditions that the staff have prepared and are attached to your agenda. This will allow lots to be opened up for builders, and we have anxious builders sitting here tonight ready to build this summer.
Thank you. Are there members of the public here who wish to speak to this? Oh. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Matthews, and I'm also from Watson Land Surveyors. I'm here tonight to talk about Eva Lowe and the estate of Ron Lowe's files, being B109, B10, 11, and 112, 21. The discussion topics for this presentation will be a brief history of those lots from the initial contact between Ron Lowe and the Prince Edward County Planning Department, addressing some concerns outlined in the planning report, D4 environmental assessment completed by Cambium, samples of similar files recently approved by this committee, and alternative options for consideration. This is a copy of our sketch. There's two separate properties, one on the west and one on the east. The western property has file B 111 and 112, and the eastern property has B 109 and 110. Both parcels are permitted 2 lots because they were submitted before the official plan changed. A brief history of the Lowe files. Starting in 2021, early May, Ron Lowe initially contacted the Prince Edward County Planning Department and then Watson's to complete the sketch and act as agent for these applications. May 19th, Watson's contacted Prince Edward County to see what was required in the submission package for Ron. The Prince Edward County planner, Dale, indicated that Ron needed both a D4 environmental assessment and a hydrogeological study. May 20th to June 9th, Cambium Consulting Engineers indicated that they could address both the D4 and the hydroge assessment in the same report. Prince Edward County planner Dale confirmed that only one study would be required if it could cover both items. June 18th to 23rd, Cambium completed the D4 assessment, which covered the hydroge requirement, and the new lot and the 4 new lot severances were submitted to Prince Edward County. July 8th, the new Prince Edward County official plan was adopted, reducing the number of severances from 2 down to 1. November 1st, Prince Edward County planner Jaspreet contacted Watson's indicating that she would be the new planner on the file and asked for a digital copy of the D4 environmental assessment. December 3rd, Prince Edward County planner James contacted Watson's indicating he would be the new planner on this file, and the files would not move forward without the submission of a separate hydrogeological study. 2002. January to May, Ron Lowe was reaching out to local well drillers and consultants that could complete the hydroge study. He was actively working on this up until the day he passed away on May 23rd, 2022. Early June, with Ron's recent passing, the Lowe family was not sure if they would move forward with the severances or not. Brock Sills came on board to assist the Lowes with having the wells installed and the hydroge study complete. Yep, 2022. No, that's not the right one. June 14th, PEC planner James contacted Watson's to indicate the hydro G was required by the end of 2022 or the files would be processed under the new official plan, which permitted only one severance per property. July to December, a total of 6 wells were installed on the properties, 1 on each severed lot, 1 on each retained lot. The hydro G was completed by Greer Galloway and submitted to Prince Edward County in December 2022. Greer Galloway referenced a section in the hydro G report that they felt required retesting. There was a small amount of nitrate found in some of the wells, which the consultant felt was from testing the water too soon after blasting the wells. Since the study needed to be submitted by the end of 2022, they wrote the report with the results they had at the end of 2022. January 26, PEC planner Emily contacted Watson's indicating that she would be the new planner on the file and confirmed that the new testing was justified and could be completed and submitted in 2023. August 29th, Greer Galloway completed the required retesting and submitted results in a revised hydro GN to Prince Edward County. As expected, the nitrate had dissipated. Prince Edward County planning staff sent the revised report to the peer reviewer. 2024, January 16th, peer reviewer signed off on the final hydrology report. January 30th, PEC planner Emily called Watson's to advise them that these files would not be recommended for approval due to strip development and asked if any other planner on the file had mentioned this. The answer is no, they had not. This was extremely disappointing news for our clients as they had spent the last 32 months working on the D4 environmental assessment hydro G combination study, 6 wells, individual hydro G study, and peer review. To date, our clients have spent $150,000 on this project. February 21st, the files were to be heard at the Prince Edward County Planning meeting, and it was canceled due to technical difficulties, so here we are tonight. There's a few concerns outlined in the report that I'm going to touch on. Under the PPS and OP section, the report refers to the vision statement from 2006 outlining the county's unique attributes, one of which is the existence of tree-lined roads and breathtaking vistas. The proposed severances are currently lined with cedar trees. I can confirm that it is the intent of the developer to preserve as many trees as possible on those lots to maintain the natural buffer between County Road 2 and the new homes to be constructed on these lots. Development of the subject lands will compromise the vistas from County Road 2 and contribute to a pattern of sprawl exhibited throughout the county, where staff have determined that there are 700 vacant lots between 0.2 and 10 hectares. There may in fact be 700 vacant lots in Prince Edward County, but only 1% of them are currently for sale within a 10-kilometer radius of these proposed severances. The cost of building lots is one of the main factors affecting housing affordability. The more lots that are available, the more affordable the lots will be. Proposed severances will result in 4 new residential dwellings as well as 2 retained with a comparable amount of frontage. The proposed lot configuration will concentrate development within a strip and significantly increase density as proceed from County Road 2. In the current Prince Edward County official plan, the definition of strip development is quite vague. The official plan refers to strip development as being a linear pattern of individual residential or commercial uses along rural highways made up of single-story buildings, each with a separate driveway and parking area. Parcels tend to be broad to take advantage of highway exposure. Without a clearly documented definition of what strip development is, this would be a very unfair reason to base the denial of these applications on. There are no clear measurements or numbers to identify how many lots or within how many meters something would be considered strip development. Is strip development 4, 6, or even 8 houses in a row? Given the similarities between these files and others recently approved by this committee, strip development appears to be very much up for interpretation. Switch. Okay, The median frontage for lots between the subject lands on Highway 62 is approximately 85 meters, whereas the median frontage for lots between the subject lands and County Road 19 is approximately 106 meters. The proposed severances will result in 6 new lots, each of which provide between 60 and 77 meters of frontage, effectively extending strip development westward by increasing density within the subject land. I am not aware of any Prince Edward County policies that require new lots to be in alignment with the median frontage of existing lots in the area. The minimum frontage required for a new lot in the current PEC zoning bylaw is 60 meters for a property within RR2 and 75 in the RU1 zone. All 6 of these resulting lots meet or exceed these frontage requirements. Comments received from the technical circulation of these files. Quinte Conservation, no objection. CCR Environmental peer reviewer of the Hydro G issued a letter to PEC signing off on the peer review of the Hydro G January 26, 2023. Prince Edward County Development Services Engineering Division, there appears to be adequate sight lines and frontage. A grading and drainage plan will further define the drainage paths and future development recommended for shared entrances. Public comments, to our knowledge, none to date. This is similar file number 1 approved by Prince Edward County in December 2021. These files are B54 and 5521 on County Road 14 that are 5.8 kilometers east of the low properties. The blue arrow on the left indicates the low properties, and it shows 8 properties within 500 meters and 2 properties across the road. The low files are indicated with a blue star. On the right-hand side, the red arrows indicate properties within 585 meters, being 10 properties in that distance and 7 properties across the road. The severances for file B54 and 55 are indicated with the red stars. Conditions of approval were shared entrances and plot plans to show a vegetative buffer. This is the plan that Watson's provided. You can see a vegetative buffer, and the red star indicates the severances that were on the right-hand side of the previous slide. Similar file number 2 approved by Prince Edward County, December 2023. The purple arrow indicates 7 properties within 450 meters, 4 properties across the road. B94 and 95 are indicated with a purple star. These files had no conditions relating to shared entrances or vegetative buffers. Alternative options considered for the low files in the planning report. It is recommended that shared entrances be used for the retained and severed lots. Each existing property is currently permitted 1 entrance. If severed A and B on the left-hand side of the screen were accessed via a shared entrance, C and D on the right-hand side accessed via a shared entrance, and the retains both accessed via a shared entrance, that would be only 1 new entrance for these proposals. Final observations and conclusion. All 4 applications meet or exceed the frontage requirements in the current Prince Edward County zoning bylaw and are supported by both the D4 assessment and Hydro G. Recent applications approved by this committee have undeniable similarities with our proposed lot configuration. Our clients have submitted everything asked for by the 4 planners that have currently overseen this file, resulting in $150,000 over the last 32 months. Planning staff put forward a recommendation tonight as to whether the proposal conforms with policy. This committee has the ability to accept that recommendation or decide for themselves based on information presented if that recommendation is acceptable or not. We're not asking for special treatment, but we are asking for fair treatment and your support of all 4 applications. The bottom of the slide shows 2 sample houses recently built by Silbro Construction, who will be the next speaker.
Thank you. We have exceeded the time, but we'll give you a little bit of leeway for a quick comment. Thanks very much.
Yeah, Jennifer touched, sorry, Madam Chair. Good evening, everybody. Jennifer touched on most everything. I just wanted to say a few more things in support of it. Was it Councillor St. Jean earlier tonight? These 6 houses would bring a lot of young families to the area, helping keep schools open, helping keep the recreation facilities open, things like that. I am Brock Sills. I am the owner of a small custom home building company called Silbro Construction. We have done quite a few houses in the county, mostly north of Belleville. I was born and raised in Foxborough, where I now live with my wife and my 5 children. I've been here my whole life. We have a local company that employs local trades, and we have everybody on site is usually a small business that lives in the community, gives back to the community. We're all vested in how these communities are being developed. Just a few more things to touch on what Jennifer mentioned. More building lots in the area is going to mean cheaper building lots, which is going to mean cheaper houses. These houses are going to be basically around the median average for sale price for the area, which changes kind of monthly in the county, but it's going to be fairly similar to what's selling nowadays. One thing you're going to get with these new developments is development charges for all 6 houses. You're also going to have yearly taxes that are going to be generated from these houses. This location is excellent. It's close to Highway 62 for families to get to and from work. You're essentially going to have tax revenue with almost no strain on your existing infrastructure. With respect to staff pointing out that up to 12 dwelling units could be permitted on the 6 properties,
This option is available to every lot in the county through the new provincial policy planning statement. So I don't know if that's a valid argument. We would plan on building no more than one house per lot. Jennifer mentioned the idea would be to keep the cedar strip buffer along the front to minimize the impact on the vista, so in the OP. I think our time's kind of run out, so
Yeah.
I appreciate you
Thank
letting me have the few minutes that I had.
There you go.
Thank
Thanks
you.
very much. Thank you for your comments. And thank you all of you for your patience getting through to this item. Is anyone, where are we? Do any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Did we? No, no one's here. Thank you. Do I have any members listed? No. We're good. So in order to move forward, we're going to put this on the floor. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Thank you. Any movers or seconders? There are no movers or seconders. Yes. We do have many options, yeah, but let's get the conversation going. Thank you, Councillor Nyman. Would you read that, please? And Councillor Roberts is your seconder. Thanks very much, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's a Nyman Roberts motion that the report DS-09-2024 of Development Services dated March 20th, 2024 regarding consent files numbers B109-21, B110-21, B111-21, and B112-21, and rezoning file number Z87-21 and Z88-21 be received. That consent file number B109-21, B110-21, B111-21, B112-21 for lands located on Part Lot 7, Concession 4 in Mearsburg as in PE 23766, and Part Lot 71, Concession 4 in Mearsburg as in PE 22020, Ward of Mearsburg be denied.
Thank you for putting that on the floor.
There's a little bit more.
Oh, sorry, thanks.
That zoning file numbers Z87-21 and Z88-21 for lands located at Part Lot 71, Concession 4 in Mearsburg as in PE 23766 and Part Lots 71, Concession 4 in Mearsburg as in PE 22020, Ward of Mearsburg be denied.
So, Councillor Pennell, were you looking to comment on this?
Yes. I basically, and I don't know whether it should go to staff or who, but basically our reason that's being presented for denial is laws that were in place at the time that they made the application for that. I understand they've spent $150,000 in progressing this, but having said that, we heard that they're looking for 6 lots. They're not looking for 2. They've already dug wells in that. And how did we get to the point that somebody would be convinced that they would go ahead and do all this work, because it definitely fell off of what the county laws have been. The Ameliusburg dump, which in some of the papers says is closed, but it isn't in fact. That law has been into place for over 50 years as far as the distance. When we look at expanding and the possibility, and I appreciate the fact that somebody says I'm gonna only build one house on that lot. As soon as that's sold, or if a family member builds there, they have the right to build 2 more. So we could in fact end up with 12 down the road. And I'm trying to figure out in my own mind, if that information that we're using now was available then, why would we put people through this? Or was it down to the point things are against you and there is a chance? I just can't understand it.
Thank you. So next in line, I've got Councillor Nyman.
Okay.
I'm sorry, was that a question? Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought it was a concern. Pardon me. We'll give him pardon me, Councillor Nyman, we'll give him a chance to get some context. Well, I think staff at this time. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so there have been a few planners on this. I can't speak to their role. You know, under my professional code, we have to avoid undue criticism where we don't have all of the information, and I'm not sure what pre-consultations occurred. I do want to touch on, because, you know, my name was showed in that presentation and timelines. When I personally picked up this file, all of the wells had been done already. Initial testing had been done, and I believe that the proponent had reached out and asked about additional testing and if that would be permitted within the winter months. My answer was no. It should be done in the summer months to consider worst case scenario. But as far as this has been in my possession, I haven't, like, all of that has been done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the question is, and Councillor Pennell touched on it, is there's a buffer or setback from the landfill that you have to be. So these lots, if I looked at it right, fall within that buffer zone, which means they, based on that alone, they shouldn't have never made it this far. They should have been denied right off the hop. So I just want to make sure that they're in that buffer zone. And if they are, then that tells me that I have to deny, or I can't support putting it forward. So do they fall within the buffer zone?
Through you, Madam Chair, the 4 residential lots are entirely within 500 meters of the landfill. The official plan does permit a lesser setback where studies are done in support.
Thank you. Is there a follow-up?
Yeah, yeah. So then the studies have been done to say that it can go forward.
Through you, Madam Chair, yep, a hydrogeological study and D4, which looked at impacts from the landfill, you know, having to do with odor and all of that, and as well a hydrogeological study in which they looked at parameters that may be associated with a landfill.
Can I have one quick follow-up?
You may.
Okay, thank you. So the landfill, as Councillor Pennell said, in the report, it says it was closed, but it's not closed. It is an operating landfill. So based on that information, and I'm only assuming here that as the more garbage gets put in, it's going to get closer to the properties, which means the leaching will go further. So are we looking at 5 or 10 years down the road, and was it done as an operating landfill or as a closed landfill?
Through you, Madam Chair, I wasn't aware of that discrepancy in, I think, maybe the D4, but the hydrogeological study did, as I say, consider the parameters that may be associated with the landfill and also looked at drainage patterns. And I believe that the landfill drains away from these properties toward a wetland to the north.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Councillor Maynard.
Well, just on the land. It's virtually impossible that there would be any, that's correct, right? That they're close to, very, very close. Some of them maybe are within the 500 meters. The test well was done on the edge of the landfill, and it concluded that there was no Sure, right in there that there was a test well on the lot of information here.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, just bear with me for a moment.
Seen it somewhere. Like it's. Yeah. The elevation.
There's a lineup.
Perhaps, Madam Chair, perhaps as Emily's looking for the D4 study to verify that.
Yes,
If indeed and this is where my lack of knowledge of this particular area comes into play, but if indeed the lots being created are at a higher elevation than the dump, then effectively we're not going to have any cross contamination. There's not going to be any plume of leachate that's going to go up the hill and into their water system. It'll be shallow enough that it's not going to be impacted by the leachate. And if indeed the leachate goes to the north, then of course it's away from this particular.
Thank you for the clarification. Continue.
Yes.
Yep.
I see on page 126, you can see the test well, and I don't see the results, but I see the test well is on 126, well number A074241, which is right at the dump on Hubs Road, and it is below the escarpment. So that's just one of the issues. So my concern is this has been going on for numerous years. I'd like to know exactly when were the applicants informed that the county couldn't support this application.
Through you, Madam Chair, I mean, I guess the proponents can verify. To my knowledge, they've indicated that nobody told them prior to me a couple of months ago, I believe.
Yeah,
so
early 2024.
Yeah, that's what they have indicated.
Okay, if I could, as the agents spoke of, right? Like, I mean, this idea of strip development is fairly ill-defined. This is an area just, basically on the fringes of Mountain View. It's already, it's certainly no bucolic view. And I just think in all good conscience, after the amount of time and three or four planners, right? They have never been told up until a few months ago that this was not a go. We have precedents, recent precedents of similar severances. It is not going to put any strain on our infrastructure, and I would expect that if after spending that much time and that much money, that this will probably not be the end of it. If we were to deny, staff has given us a viable option, has given us a viable alternative, which when I get a chance, I will put that on the floor. And I'll just go back to some of the conversation we had in the last one, right? Like this is a chance, right? Like any housing is good housing, and I think that this will be, at least more modest than some, only because of the layout of the land, and that with the scrub cedars, these are not prime lots by any stretch of the imagination, but likely to get working age families with children, and still able still working, and that there is a school that has already been threatened with closure that would likely benefit. I've spoken to the neighbors, and especially with the shared driveways are not concerned. I mean, we're not taking a virgin piece, a stretch of rural road, and turning it into into downtown. This was what was allowed at the time they made the application, and at no time up until a month or so ago were they told that this was not possible. And we've clearly have recent precedent of where we've allowed it. I think this is a good application, and a chance to have some more houses, family style houses built in the county.
Thank you. Councillor Branderhorst?
Councillor Princeton's not here for mics.
Thank you for stepping in. We need that.
My question is, so on specifically Kelly Road, which was my ward, the reason why they went through was because the plans or the application went through before the new official plan went through with a new official plan. So then they fell in that leniency period. Does this also follow in the same leniency period, since it was started in 2018, I think was the timeline, or?
Through you, Madam Chair, yep, it's a legacy file. So if a proponent is actively working on studies, then we allow them to remain open under the previous policy. So hydro-G and stuff, which are seasonal, we try to work with people.
Through you, Madam Chair, just to add a little bit more information. When we get an application, it's always the applicant's right to make an application. Sometimes we say that there's various policies that it doesn't apply to, and you're free to make your application. This is a seasoned not planning firm, but somebody that's done severances in the area before, is aware of the 2006 plan and what it says. Strip development indeed is a bit of an undefined concept, and it's up to council to determine what strip development is. We'd be happy to go forward and try and look for examples of what we think is strip development, provide that to council in the next official plan review, and maybe clarify the policies. This is one area where we already have strip development, so I guess the question is, where do we stop? If in the Kelly Road instance, again, where do we stop? How many units do we need in the rural area? Yes, there's 700, they're maybe not in particular in this area, but we have 700 units. And according to the new PPS, that really is 1,400 units. Do we have the water to support that? There's our concerns. So we bring those concerns forward to you.
Thank you for clarifying your concern. Councillor Pennell, and then Councillor Nyman.
I just wanted to clarify a little bit here. We're talking, we don't think it's going to flow uphill, the water. But the fact is, that dump, because it's located below the hill, and at the time, and I was back at the time, when this took place in the old Ameliasburg plan, that there needed to be protection. All your water runs from up that hill. It's running down towards the dump. This county has paid several hundred thousands of dollars to buy property to the north of the dump because pollutant has went that far. And what my concern is, if you're going to bring the possibility of more pollutant running down that hill from septic tanks and that, we may have to buy a whole bunch more houses at the north end of the dump. So that was why the law was there. And that was why I asked the question. That law has been there forever. Why were the people not told that from the start? Or perhaps they were. If they were, that's fair game. But if they weren't, what a shame that they went and drilled 6 wells. And if we can accommodate that some way, but I don't think putting 6 more houses at that road is within a few feet, slows down to 30 clicks. And you had a bunch of houses where all your traffic coming from Wellington, we got to look to the future too.
Thank you, Councillor Pennell. Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to go back to the wells because I just want to make sure that we all understand. Yes, those lots are up high, but if you look, the test well is 25 feet deep. The well on the one property is 147 feet, which means that's where they went to get the groundwater, which is probably where the groundwater is underneath that dump too. It's not. So I'd like to know if that's a guarantee, because if that's a guarantee, then I'm good. If not, then I have the concern about the water and the leaching.
So can staff answer, are you aware of what the elevation is on that escarpment? No, okay.
We don't have that available, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Perhaps the applicant has that information with them tonight? I don't know.
So, I don't see heads nodding. Keith, do you have? But to answer that question? Sorry?
We did do a full D4 assessment in 2021 at the request of the planning staff. So that was done prior to anything going forward. Cambium Engineering did that. It identified that there was no issue in their summary whatsoever.
Okay.
With any of the
So,
lots.
and do you have any idea of what the height of the escarpment is in that
I
location?
don't know the exact height of the escarpment, but to
Thank you.
Councillor Nyman, the wells aren't drilled, they're blasted and dug up top. So the
Okay.
well up top, the water level is about 20 feet below the surface, and then the escarpment is much more than 20 feet below that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, because I'm just.
Go ahead.
Just seeing on the well record here, it says 147 feet deep. It's a 8-inch well that is 147 feet deep. And the well water's not sodium free, so I'm just.
Is that the neighboring well, Councillor Nyman?
I have no idea. It just says 3209 County Road 2.
Oh,
Not on our
that's
properties.
different. Okay.
That's existing?
Thank you very much for your help. So next, we're going to go to Councillor Harrison.
Yes, I have one question. This east and west half of, it's east and west half of lot 71, correct? The way I read this? Were they merged at the time of the application? In other words, east and west, were they in the same person's name? They were in separate names, so there'd been a severance long before. Okay, that's fine, because that would have changed things too, so thank you.
Right, good question. So, was your hand up? Oh. Mayor Ferguson, no? Okay, thank you. Do we have any further comments or questions for staff? Okay, I'm gonna turn back to Councillor Maynard, who I believe sounded like she was
Yeah, well, I'd
Look
like to
into-
put the amended motion on. I'm just trying to now find it in the report because I don't have it on paper.
Okay.
Much easier.
Do you
Is it
have
set
the potential, the
I
proposed?
think it was basically the same motion, except, sorry. Under the other options.
69, thank you.
Thank you. Staff, so is that all the other, all the that, is that articulated in these conditions? The option?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, so I wonder if we should approach each one at a time.
That's what I was kind of asking staff. How would you like to do that? Would you like us to do each of the alternative options for each of the parcels separately?
Through you, Madam Chair, should you wish to approve, they probably should be done separately because the shared entrance conditions are worded.
Slightly different.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going
Okay.
to amend the motion then that's on the floor, and that the application for property B109 2021 and B110 21 and Z 87 21 be approved, subject to the following conditions. That's condition 1 to 13. And then, like, these kind of go together, but.
So.
Do I just read them separately? It is.
It's quite long.
Yeah, it is
it
is in the agenda. That's in our agenda package, starting on, well, the little argument is on, the little rationale for doing this is on page 69, but then on page 70, 71, 72, 73, and 74 are the conditions for the two properties.
So, so would you like to place them, you're the mover, you can place
Yes.
them together? Okay, you need a seconder? Do you, okay.
Not a seconder to approve these.
Councillor Pennell?
There I got her. This is a tough one, but I am honestly believing I would like to see a maximum of one severed and retain one per lot, which would be a total of 4, which I think if we go any other way, we're gonna end up with a ton down the
Just because
road.
we've got a motion proposed, are you proposing that the mover?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's
There's
no
no
motion.
motion, and I wouldn't take that as a
I am
friendly anyway,
prepared
so
to
then
make
mine.
Okay.
mine a motion.
So we don't,
there's no
so
seconder,
we
the motion's
don't
not on the
have a
floor.
seconder, so then I will happily turn it over to you, Councillor Pennell.
I'd be prepared to make a motion that on each severance, we allow one lot and the retain,
Subject to the conditions
subject to the conditions as outlined.
as outlined on page 64. Okay.
At least that would give them this wasn't applied for until the 27th of June of the year, and it come due
Okay,
the
thank
1st
you.
of July that the law went in.
So just to clarify, the same conditions, save and accept anything related to a shared driveway that we see on page 69 in the, page 69 and 70 in the report relating to one severed, one retained per lot. I'm just gonna turn it to staff if that's okay. Is there any further language that would need to be clarified in those conditions, or is that sufficient?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think the shared entrance condition would need to be reworded.
Or removed?
Or removed, but that would require 4 driveways in total. Yeah, it's tough because it's technically 2 properties and 2 applications right now, so we have,
Yeah,
I guess,
okay.
yeah, I guess that the shared entrance condition could be revised to say that the owners apply for and obtain an entrance permit and civic address and construct a mutual entrance from County Road 2 at the common lot line of the proposed severed and retained parcels.
Unless you recommend that it retains the severed. I'm just gonna see if the manager of planning has anything to add to that, if that's okay?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I believe it's condition 7 in both. It speaks to parcels A and B being the 2 severed. So we'd have to work with the applicant to find out which one they want per lot. So do they want A on the west lot or B on the west lot? Or A on- So then we could create the proper wording.
Okay.
And then ensure that the mutual entrance happens for
Whichever lots can sustain it. Okay, so then is there language that we can include today that leaves that open for you to work with the proponent if this goes forward?
the wording would read that and constructs a mutual standard entrance from County Road 2 located at the common lot line of the proposed severed lot, as well as the common lot line of the retained parcel.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that acceptable to you, Councillor Pennell? And do you have a seconder? Councillor Nyman, thank you. So that is on the floor. Councillor St. Jean?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Procedural question for the Deputy Clerk. Given that there's a motion on the floor to deny, and now we're looking at an amendment that is to approve, is that not a contrary amendment? Should we not be dealing with the first one before we create a new one that is directly, procedural, I know. Yes, that was my point. I felt this was procedurally incorrect, despite the intentions. So I'm asking for clarification as to what we should be dealing with first.
Okay, so
Or
we'll
should
wait
the
for
motion,
clarification
if
from
I
the
may-
clerk.
Or should, to finish my question, or should the original motion to deny be pulled from the floor if we're going to have a motion that's going to do directly the opposite in approving something? Or lost, okay.
Yes,
Exactly.
we would.
That's what I mean. I want this to be done correctly.
Yeah.
So
Either
I'm-
way, whatever's gonna happen here.
So, okay, so just clarification, the options we have, what the procedural bylaw instructs us to do is deal with an addendum motion after the motion that's on the floor is passed.
Or
Unless.
lost, yeah.
Okay, or lost, thank you. So you wanted clarification also?
Yes. So when we're presented options, I'm just going to say, so we don't end up in this situation going forward, we typically, when we had options, the motion would not go on the floor until we had a chance to ask the questions, right? So then one motion would go on, because I knew that mine was a contrary motion, but nobody said anything at that point, right? So this is just procedurally, we need to figure out how we are going to deal with these, especially when staff presents us with an option.
Alternative motions considered, to consider.
For this one,
Okay.
we got no choice but to vote.
So we would, we did, yeah. So, but, if you're able to keep that in your pocket, if there's further discussion along those lines about the motion that's on the table, regarding sort of why you might do that, why you might put an addendum motion forward, then this would be your moment. So I'm going to leave the floor with you, Councillor Pennell, if you'd like to speak to that, and then Councillor, yes.
Do you not have to call the vote on the first one, on the main motion first, and then put that motion on?
Yeah,
and
so
have
no,
the
but
discussion?
if he doesn't have a motion on the floor, he still might want to speak to why he might explore an alternative. Which he has, okay. So, okay, then all in favor of the main motion? The motion that is currently on the floor, which is for denial. Okay, so all in, so that loses.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we will move forward with
An amending motion.
an addendum motion, and I'm gonna turn the floor to you, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you. The motion will be that we approve only one lot per section and a retained lot, and that we direct staff to make an agreement with the landowners as to how they want to handle that exit entrance.
So now I'm gonna just look to staff for the correct language, and we're gonna cite the conditions on page 69 and 70 as proposed by staff. So just to clarify the language, per lot, you would be looking at one severed and one retained, subject to the following conditions. And then Manager Michaud did provide wording regarding a clause to deal with the shared driveways. So,
But you still have to read the approval motion.
Just through you, Madam Chair, to all council, staff is now working with the developer or the proponent to find out which lots they want, so we can put the proper wording into the conditions, and that the motion can
Thank
then be
you.
made whole.
and then you'll provide that to the clerk and we'll put it up on the screen?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So we'll give you a few minutes to do that if you need the time to work with the clerk on that, on getting that motion up on the screen with those conditions.
Good idea.
Yes. Yes, we can have a 5-minute break right now.
You should. It was really funny campaigning. My one neighbor started a rumor, and he's completely supportive of the product, but that he said it looked like it's a prefabricated part, and with the translucent panels, so it kind of looked like a big warehouse for a little bit when we were putting it up. He's like, "Oh yeah, that's the Costco that got $9." Do you know what rumor spread so incredibly quickly that we were the new Costco? Out in the middle of nowhere. And I was like, yeah, and then it's been real weird. So we blasted our own pond for water storage. So that it didn't help that we were blasting too. And they're like, did you not hear Costco blasting? And we're like, oh, good.
Okay, so can we, all take our seats again? Staff, you're ready to go? Great. So we're just getting the motion on the board if you're watching from home. Councillor Pennell, would you like to speak to this? Or would you like to read the motion? Who seconded?
I did.
Thank you. Go for it.
This is Pennell Nyman motion that report of DS 09024 of Development Services dated March 20th, 2024 regarding consent file number B102-21, B11020, that's B109-21, B110-21, B1112, and
If it's far away, do you want the clerk to read it for you? Sure, or your colleague? Okay, go for it. Is yours far away from the screen as you can get?
Or all of it? Start over? Okay.
Clause 2, 3. Go for it.
So it's a Pennell Nyman motion that the report DS 0924 of Development Services dated March 20th, 2024 regarding consent files numbers B109-21, B110-21, B111-21, B112-21, and rezoning file number Z87-21 and Z88-21 be received. 2, that the Planning and Development Committee supports only one severed and one retained lot per existing lot. 3, that the council directs staff to work with the proponent to select the appropriate lot with appropriate conditions for council's consideration at the next feasible council meeting for approval of the severances in zoning.
Thank you for reading that. Any comments? Okay, can we call the vote? All in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. So we will move on to go pretty quick. The rest of the meeting should go pretty quickly. So we have two more items, number 6.4 and number 6.5. I'm going to turn it over. There's some additional language that the clerks would like to put forward for number 6.4. So I'll turn it over to the clerk to share the new deferral language.
Yes, thank you, Councillor McNaughton. So we have 2 updated motions for agenda item 6.4, well, sorry, agenda item 4.4 and 4.5 regarding the deferrals, which I will display on the screen for everyone to see. We just need a mover and seconder for those motions to be displayed.
Councillor St. Jean and Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, and they are not what was included on the agenda. Just one second here.
You can just read it if you want. Okay. There you go. So these simply add some context for people who are interested in these files. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor St. Jean, would you read that?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is the St. Jean Nyman motion that due to public notice being issued for the March 20th, 2024 Planning and Development Committee for file B9021 and B9121 and Z7221 west of 3263 County Road 3, Ward of Ameliusburg, and the staff report not being ready, this item be deferred until such a time when statutory public notice can be reissued.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Does staff have an estimated time frame when that will be ready?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is scheduled for next month's meeting.
Further questions?
We've seen that, but that's not what the, why it's, because it wasn't listed that way in the motion, but
There's
Yep.
no questions on defer.
Thank you.
clarification. It was a clarification.
It was a clarification. Thank you very much. So all in favor? Just let me see hands. Yes, that carries. Thank you. And then the next one. Can I get someone to put the next? Thank you, Councillor Nyman, Councillor St. Jean, the duo. Excellent. Okay. Take it away, Councillor Nyman.
It's a Nyman St. Jean motion that due to public notice being issued for the March 20th, 2024 Planning and Development Committee for file Z1423 3038 County Road 3, and that staff report not being ready, this item be deferred until such a time when statutory public notice can be reissued.
Thank you very much. And are there any clarifications? Thank you. All in favor? That carries. Great. Moving right along. So can I get someone to put 6.1? Thank you, Councillor St. Jean, and thank you, Councillor Engelsdorfer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the St. Jean Engelsdorfer motion that the items approved under delegated authority bylaw 98/2020 be received for information.
Questions, clarifications, concerns? Thank you. All in favor? That carries. And Councillor Branderhorst, I would like to lean on you to move number 7, and we'll get Councillor Brainy to pretend that he's Councillor Prinzen. So please read the motion. Thanks, Councillor Branderhorst.
Okay, this is a Branderhorst Brainy motion that this meeting now adjourn at 10:36 p.m.
All in favor? Hallelujah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to our deputy clerk. Thank you very much, Becky.